Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song, in the old neighborhood. As the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood, like a quiet dream. The shadows of that time are cast beneath the streetlight beam. As the world moves on, time sings a song. Don't cry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you that are watching me in the clouds to the Afridamus Report. Please make sure you hit the like if you haven't already done so for this great show, the greatest show on this side of heaven, where, you receive the unminced truth. So, ladies and gentlemen, today's topic is going to be about says Pan-African News. And the question I'm asking here is, not a question, the statement I'm making is, Pan-Africans are in denial about being much safer, under white supremacy than, being in Africa. Because today I'm going to reveal to you why and what they are not telling you, what they are sitting on, or even some of the people, they might even be in Africa, these African countries. Like, for instance, they are like, it's unsafe in America. The white man is unjust. Because if you notice, a lot of the people that are talking this way, they are older now. The youngest amongst them is like late 40s or so. The younger generations are not thinking along those lines. So that's what I'm going to break down for you, because a lot of these people are under the delusion of the skin color thing. Okay, that's the delusion they are under. At one point, did black people, African people, did they need to form a force, a coalition, to free themselves, to have self-determination? Absolutely, 100%. But people, they talk about, like, for instance, black unity, African unity. There is no such thing. There is no such thing. And I'm going to make that clear here today. So the thumbnail that you are seeing is of a guy named Ras David. He's from Connecticut. Moved to the Gambia. I guess he's been living there for over 30 years. So we are going to speak on his situation, and then we're going to talk about the Pan-African psychology. Because you see, in order for people to unite, to come together, they have to have value systems, laws. A lot of the thinking have to be along the same line. But with the Pan-Africans, that is not the case here. They are under the illusion that the white man is terrible. They want to run to go live in Africa because they believe that black countries would give them justice. But little did they know. I know that a lot of you are not going to like this, but African nations, if you look at it, majority, not all, but majority, are not just. They're not going to give you justice, and especially the Gambia. Because you see, you are leaving the West thinking, oh, pro-black, I'm moving to a black country. Yeah, if you're visiting earlier, they would laugh, smile with you. But once you start trying to live there, you will start understanding that you are not being looked at as the same as one of them. I mean, I experienced it myself when I was in my own country, Gambia. They thought I wasn't a Gambian. Okay? That's what they thought. And I played along. So obviously, I'm from there, So I have one advantage over the Western black person who is going there thinking, they would be welcome. They are part of the system. The white man is wicked. The white man wouldn't, did not give them justice. They talk about slavery, despite, slavery has been over in America for over 150 years. Okay. So the remnants of it, people started making this like it's a Halloween costume. But little did they know that's not what it is. You're not taking a whole lot of things into account. You're not realizing that, you're not taking into account, the mindset of the people you are going to meet. So let me show you guys. Let me play this here quickly because I'm about to take this. Give me a second. Give me a moment. So before I start the show, I wanna bring a video here real quick. It's about Pan-Africanism, where majorities people in America here or UK who talk about this. But what they are leaving out is the belief system of the people in Africa. The African countries you're going to, you don't know their belief system. You're not taking it into account, what the cultures are, what type of laws they go by. You're not thinking that you're all in your feelings. So let me show you. Let me play a quick clip here about Pan-Africans teaching Pan-Africanism, and then I will come right back and continue my take. Okay, here we go.
So my eye a little bit, bear with me. How's everyone doing? I'm doing all right. Thank the only person. See, Black Lives Matter. So,
All right. So let me first of all explain some things here before we get into these stories and my explanation. So as you guys remember, around 2020, 2019, during the COVID time, and then a lot of people, especially here in America and the UK, black people, they told themselves, especially here, they made the excuse that, oh, it's racism, police brutality in America. They're gonna move to Africa. That's what they say. But thinking about, you're leaving something out. You're forgetting that here in America or the UK, you have rights. You have human rights. Okay, are police going to be wrong, do bad things? Of course, sometimes they will. But when you over exaggerate things, everything is based in emotions, you are not going to see the truth. You become blinded by skin color. So I was seeing videos, people, going in Africa, where some of them were, wearing, their Timu or Amazon dashikis, because they think, oh yeah, let me wear, my dashiki, my fake dashiki, and put on little hats that would all of a sudden make you fit in. But that's not the case here. That is not the case. And as I keep going and present you with what I'm talking about here, you will see the picture painted clearly. Because see, one thing about me, when I see the truth, I do not delude myself. When you practice hypocrisy, you are hurting yourself. And acknowledging the truth doesn't mean, the people you are acknowledging this truth about, it doesn't mean you hate them. Truth is truth. It doesn't matter, who you acknowledging this truth about. It doesn't matter. But I remember seeing, especially, I remember the Black Seed people, the Bag family, and others. They went to Gambia, and they were making videos upon videos talking about, oh, they are tired of the UK, they are tired of America, they feel free, no police brutality. But I'm like, are you paying attention? Are you paying attention, to the, environment that you moved to? Yes, they might not, brutalize you directly, but you have to look at, what you are risking. Have you studied this place? Have you studied it fully? Because here in America, you get to challenge the system. You have freedom of speech. The Constitution gives you that. So you move to a place like Gambia, for instance. Yes, they have laws in place, but how is that law used? How is it going to be used against you? I remember last time I was there, I went to, like someone sued me. I've told that story over here, and it's over land. Because see, when you go there, you are not seen, even me that's from there, you are not seen as, belonging anymore. You are only seen as a come up. That's what you're seen as. That's why I was seeing people complaining. They're like, oh man, how come wherever we go, they jack up the prices, but then they're not acknowledging how honest and open American society is. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. as a human being, you want to be able to be in a society where, the people, especially in charge of laws, they are just. There are repercussions. But you are at a place where they can do whatever they like. As long as the person, like, they can be in charge. Here's what happened to me. Like, I rented a place from another Gambian that lives, in the Western world, in the UK somewhere. So this guy, I rented the place from him, and I paid him almost like double the amount just to stay there for 3 months. And I paid him in dollars. When I got there, I paid, like the person he sent, I gave the guy cash in dollars. I paid this, right? And the guy also, on top of that, because I was telling him I wanted to rent a car there, or buy a car, that little car that I would use, till I leave. He was like, no. He's like, hey, you've already paid me enough. He offered it. He said, I have a little car. You can use it. All good. We all wanted the same. I was like, all right, all right. So I got there in Gambia. So I'm just doing my thing. Sometimes the guy will call to check, to say, oh, how's everything going? I'm like, it's good. So the guy that he has there in charge, like taking care of things for me and stuff, and the lights do go out over there, but he told me I have standby generator, which he does. And I was like, okay, I'll just buy the gas that goes in it. And I was all about that, the water, because I'm not about to, get there and, deprive myself of things that are necessary. To me, light, like electricity and water running constantly, is part of my life now. So that, I have to have it. And mind you, I'm willing to pay for it, and I paid for it. And I paid for it. Someone is saying something is going on with the mic. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Let me know if, because someone on the Facebook side is saying they can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? All right. Well, I don't know, my guy on the Facebook side. Something might be wrong with your connection, because everyone here on YouTube can hear me loud and clear. So you might want to check your or maybe you can switch over to the YouTube side. Come over to YouTube. It's called the Afridamus Report. So guys, let me continue this story. So the guy, he's a Gambian. He lives in the UK. I'm telling you this. And the guy who's taking care of the place, one day, it's like I woke up. Imagine in the morning, I woke up and turn on the water. There's no water coming out. And I went and got the guy. I was like, man, hey, what's up with the water? And some weird story he told me. He's like, oh, the borehole tank, blah, blah, blah. And then 2 days later, it happened again. And this time they were like, oh, we are walking on the other side of the building. And I was like, so you guys are just going to shut off the water and not tell me? And, at this time, frustration is building up, because I have paid a whole lot of money to these people. So I'm like, okay, why am I even here? I could have just gone to the hotel, and I would have bought me my own little car and drove it when I finished, and just maybe leave it there so I can drive it again when I get there. And the guy literally said to me, he was like, because because Gambians generally are passive aggressive. This is why I'm straightforward when dealing with any Gambian. It doesn't matter, because a lot of things they're saying, they are afraid to say it directly. They say it in kind of like a joke. So I distance myself from the jokes, because I want to know what because I want to know what you're saying. Do you mean it or not? Not that I don't joke, but I want to know, if your word is good. And the guy, he says to me, he was like, oh, come on. He's like, oh, you're a Gambian like us, too, I mean, so I was like, so I'm getting the Gambian treatment. He's like, yeah, I mean, we go without water and electricity. I said, but guess what? I said, I paid you guys. I paid for this place in American dollars. I said, I paid you in American dollars. So you guys better treat me like a freaking American over here, like my money that you have. Imagine receiving so you are only seen, you are only looked at as coming to drop the bag. Because I was under the impression that the individual that owned the place, because he lives in the UK, in the white man's country, in the first world country, they have the understanding and concept of how, things run. Because, in the UK where he's living, he doesn't go without water or electricity. I can see if he was doing me a favor, but that wasn't the case. Next thing you know, little did you know, the guy all of a sudden did some switcheroo on me. Because one day he's one of his, the guy, because I don't know the places. He went with me. I went to go exchange some money and stuff. And all I exchanged was just $1,000. And he saw me receiving the money. So the guy, to him, that's a lot of money. I don't know what they communicated to that guy. So I'm there. Now the guy, now they set me up. Mind you, I'm telling you, and I'm Gambian like them, but they were thinking I'm just an American guy. So now I felt like I was held hostage. So the guy called me out of the blue. He was like, oh, the guy that's there, that's, running the place, usually, he said he's the one in charge of the car. So he, I want you to give him a little bit for the, as rental. I was like, dude, you told me I can use the car. I said, if you had wanted me, if this was for rental, at least we should have discussed that when we were discussing the rental of the place. So, give me the opportunity to say yeah or nay. Then I get to have the agency to be able to decide if I want to rent that car or go do something else. He was like, no, it's about the guy. I was like, dude, the guy works for you. This is your car. How can he decide for you? He's like, oh, okay, I'll talk to him. I was like, no, I just need to know. He's like, oh, it's all good. 2 days later, the guy calls again. 2 days later, he calls again. And he was like, yeah, you gotta give him money. The guy needs money, blah, blah, blah. So I decided I gave them some money, because the guy wouldn't stop. And I'm like, okay, I'm at the spot, so I'm not feeling secure at this point. But I was like, okay, let me just give them some money and hopefully they'll leave me alone. So I gave them about $500, $500. That's a lot of money over there. So 3 days later, the guy asked for more money. So at this time, I was just half-had it, and I gave him the middle finger. You know what that guy did? So apparently this guy is friends with, some judge. Mind you, I'm telling you what can happen to you to prove to you that white supremacy, you as a black person, you are safer under white supremacy than black supremacy. This guy apparently he called some judge in the courts, and they made some fake document. I'm talking, some fake eviction document. They backdated it. And one day I'm just there. I'm chilling at the spot. I'm chilling on the balcony. Bro, I saw some people, they pull up. They allowed them to enter the compound, and some old guys from the court, and they came with paramilitaries. I'm talking like police, as if like I committed a crime. They came, and they asked me, they knocked on the door. I came up. They were like, "Are you such and so?" I was like, "Yeah." They were like, "Oh, you gotta leave." I was like, "What? Leave and go where?" I was like, "I'm renting this place." They're like, "Oh, you got an eviction." I was like, "For what?" I was like, can I get my money back? I said, I mean, I paid for the whole 3 months. Can I get my money back? They're like, "Yeah, the money will be at the courthouse, later you can come get it." So they came there with those paramilitaries. These people looked like they were ready to jump on me. Mind you, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Like, imagine, like, I couldn't even believe what was happening. But that's why when you people talk about white supremacy, I laugh in your face. That's never happened to me in the United States, and I highly doubt it would happen. And if it happens, there would be remedy for it. Imagine just showing up at someone's door and say, because you. So I was like, "Can I see the letter?" I saw it. I read it. I took picture of it. So even the document, thank God I took a photo. So I thought they were gonna let me keep it. They're like, "No," they took it. I was like, "I thought that was for me." They're like, "No, if you want the letter, you gotta come to the court and apply." So I was like, "You know what? No worries. I'll just pack up and leave." So I packed up like that and called some friends, and I left. So the next day I went to the court to go collect my money with a friend who knew them, right? So at the courthouse, just to collect my money, apparently the guy is a prosecutor, the guy they gave the money to. So I came to the guy. I was like, "Hey, are you such and such?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, I was told to come and collect my money from you." He's like, "Oh, what money?" I was like, "The guy told." I said, "His name is on the." Ask him. I said, "Is that your name?" He said, "Yeah." So the guy tried to be difficult. Then he was like, "Oh, somebody else has the money." So I'm sitting there waiting for the money, and I was talking to my friend that I was with, and I was telling him about how, that guy was a POS, and we're talking. So the same quote unquote prosecutor who wrote the eviction against me, and I read, it's like they backdated everything. This is the type of stuff they do. And I'm sitting like, I could not believe. So I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, why are black people saying white people treat them inhumanely? Like these people were going out of their way to, to try to treat me less than. But I was patient. I was like, "Look, man, I just need to collect my money and bounce." So the guy through my conversation with the friend, I'm not even talking about it. He threatened to arrest me. He threatened to arrest me. I was like, because he said I used the N-word. I was like, you're going to arrest me. What crime did I commit? I said, what crime did I commit? Like, I was like, go ahead, arrest me. He clearly doesn't know what he's doing. And then he sat there, as they all usually do, majority, thinking he's trying to say, oh, he's offering me advice on, where, you can save you money. You can. I was like, dude, I didn't even want to talk to him. I'm thinking to myself, dude, I don't even want to listen to you. Like, how the hell, you can't advise me. You are broke. You can't afford what I can afford. Why would I listen to you? That's what I'm thinking in my head, because I just wanted to be out of there. Like, I didn't even want to see these people. To be honest though, the people there in the office, even some of the paras they brought, I can see in their eyes, they know this is wrong. They knew it was wrong. But do you think the injustice against me stopped there? No. It went on, because they thought that I was just a black foreigner, black Westerner. So my other land, some people sued me. They wanted to take the land from me. I'm telling you an experience here. But I can speak the language, I understand. While we were there, they are talking about me, talking about how we're gonna allow this. They thought I was Jamaican, some thought I was Black American. We cannot, we can allow this guy to come here and get all this big land. Can you, like, I just let them speak. I didn't say anything. I just pretended to go along with what they are saying. But when we got to the place where it really matters, which was the court, they talk. When they finished, I responded in Mandinka, which is the language there. And the people, they felt so ashamed. They felt so ashamed, because they're like, man, this guy is here. He, all along, he's one of us, and he understood everything we said all along. Okay? So I say this to say, when you go into places like this, you have to think twice. You have to think twice. You have to understand what type of place you are going to. You have to understand the culture. Oh, 86, Afridama, you should have reported to the local alcalo. Man, what can the alcalo do? Well, the story I'm about to tell you, you would see that you can't always rely on the alcalo, because this one involves that alcalo. Okay? So, here's ADOS invented. Man, you're delusional. This is the type of stuff I'm talking about. Just like some of those quote-unquote Pan-Africans who, you think that because the way you operate or think about things here in America, that's how it is. When you live out of this country, it's not the same thing. It's not the same. So some think, okay, because here in America, I've got voice, I can speak, I can say, you do not have that voice. I remember even one time there was a guy, I was having conversation with him, right? He was talking about, the Bag family. Yeah, he was like, yeah, that American guy. Yeah, he came here, he got that big land, but we are planning on taking it from him. But you see, you thinking you are bonding through blackness. So let me play this video of Actually, before I do it, let me bring you this story I came across on Facebook. What happened? What is going on at this moment happening to a guy? Oh no, hold on. Actually, I'll play the video first about the Western blacks talking about Pan-Africanism, what their idea of Pan-Africanism is, and what, if that matches how African people in Africa think. So, I mean, this is not going to be the show where, to say, oh, the blacks did this and this. No, no, no. I'm just bringing you the reality. You can take it or not. I mean, this is what it is. So here we go.
I teach more science and black genetics and everything along those lines. So that's where I'm really coming from. To be honest, in 2016, my problem's not even race. Coming from a genetic point of view, we're all here mixed. No one in here is 100% black. Everyone would like to believe, I know. I came here to turn it up, don't worry. Genetically, I can prove you're not 100% black, right? I can prove that genetically, that's my background, that's where I'm coming from. So it's not a matter of just an opinion, it's a genetic thing. We share the same DNA as most of the world. My problem in 2016 is not really race. Because you have to bear in mind that we're in a country where it's not ours, number one. You're literally in a place where when they started the whole concept of a government, you were invited.
So you see the way this guy is talking, right? This is how so many quote unquote Pan-Africans talk. Like you live in a country where you were born and raised, where you have rights, you can vote, everything. But you distance yourself from that country. You're removing your power from that country. So this guy is deluding those people to believe these things. And on top of that, he believes that, it's not, everybody is mixed somehow. So let's hear a little bit, and then I'll play another video about another factor that people are delusional about.
You don't have an entitlement. I'll repeat that. When they started the concept of government, you were not entitled, you were invited to be a British citizen. You see, I don't romanticize history.
So, do you see how some of the Pan-Africans, they talk? Sir, so you were born and raised in England, where you have rights, even if you're invited to be a British citizen. Have you been invited to be a citizen in these African countries? Have you? And even if they say you're a citizen, can you vote? I doubt it. You better not dare speak on the politics there. They would unalive you. So I'm just telling you like it is. I know some of you are not going to like this, but this conversation is not about what people like or don't like. It's about, having the brutal, honest conversation, because there are a lot of gullible, emotional people who pretend that they're Pan-Africans. You hear some of these people talking, and you pack up your bags, you move to these countries to only return completely bankrupt. How many videos have we seen of that? So I'm just here to give you the real truth that you are pretending not to see, because most of you in the UK, probably these are the type of forums you attending in a nice clean room with other black people. And I've even seen some of them in Gambia. They come together, they say they're talking about Pan-Africanism. They wear their clothing and stuff. It's all fine and dandy, but who are you speaking to? Are you on the same wavelength as the people you are amongst? How do they see you? So most of you are in denial about that. The difference is like me. I observe people. I observe the environment. I observe the thought process. And it doesn't matter because, sure, they have the right to think. People have the right to think any type of way they want. But guess what? That doesn't mean I'm going to go along with it. And that doesn't mean the way you think of me or what you think you can do will happen. But if you are just someone who's gullible, you're all up in your feelings, that's when, bad things happen.
Politics, I just call it how it is. You see, because my issue as a people, because I very much believe Pan-Africanism is very much alive, but I think it's how we look at it, right? There's different ways for us to kind of observe Pan-Africanism because it's not going to reflect itself in the exact same way as it was made. You see, when Garvey was doing his works, it was a whole different time, right? It looked completely different.
Okay, so I'm not going to play all of it. You've seen and heard that, right? So while I was just dabbling around, checking out, videos, conversations on this subject, I found another video also which highlights another factor, which is actually matches Gambia that I'm about to speak on here, right? This would explain the thought process where you don't get that this is going to affect you. You don't get it. This is not Philadelphia or New York. No, this will affect you. But I think a lot of these so-called Pan-Africans, they're not going to tell you this. They won't tell you this because they're ashamed. They're embarrassed to tell you the truth. Because these were the same people that were shouting, oh, white supremacy, white people are against you, blah, blah, blah. So when they get on the grounds, they're not going to tell you, what they're actually encountering. So let me play this for you. And this is all, it's there. It's a factor. So here we go. Let's hear from this other British guy here. And he's about to drop the truth here.
Controversial. The biggest coon, I don't like using that word. People talk about coons all the time. I think the biggest coon is the Muslim black person, because Arabs love a black Muslim because they always talk them out. Oh, look, it's a black guy, he's Muslim, he's speaking Arabic just like we can speak it.
So majority in Gambia, they are Muslim, and Islam there comes first. So how are you going to preach Pan-Africanism to them? How? Like, what is it going to be based off of? What do you have in common? Muslim comes first. So you are saying you're moving from one colonizer, because clearly, that's why when haven't you seen some of the so-called Muslim Pan-Africans roaming around Africa? They are there in Gambia too. They will pretend to be Muslim, pretend to know Arabic. So this guy is laying it out like they are the biggest coons. And he's correct. He's correct. Okay, fine, you're coming, you're black, blah, blah, blah. You're talking all that Pan-Africanism. But how are you going to get through someone who admires Arab culture and they think they are Arab? And they would tell you, no, the Arabs didn't, colonize us. But it's colonization. You see a person taking pride in speaking Arabic, dressing Arabic, trying to practice Arabic culture. But that same person is telling you, oh yeah, the white man's culture, that's what, colonization is. Or they talk about slavery, not realizing the Arabs. In fact, the transatlantic slave trade, that the majority was the Arabs, that were the middlemen, the merchants, they were the ones buying the African slaves and reselling them. That's the fact. So even in the Gambian fabric there, some of the few people who are Christians, I mean, look, in Gambia, literally in Gambia, I remember this. When Christmas time is close, is coming, even today they would preach, they would openly preach, like, I'm talking derogatory way about Christianity. When, there are other fellows, Christians, they would say, those, do not celebrate that with them. But the same people they would tell you, oh yeah, in fact, we believe in Jesus. He's one of our prophets. It's not like anyone is telling me this. I'm telling you from first hand. So I'm giving you tools that would help you navigate that society. Because once you have these tools, you would become more realistic and know how to navigate the place. Once you know it and drop that delusion, you would have a great time. If you notice, there are other races there. There are Chinese people, there are Indians, there are Lebanese. But I would also tell you what those people don't do, which is what makes them successful in that society. Wherever you go, like, for example, how many people have you seen here, like the FBA types that will be like, oh man, the Africans, they stay away from us, blah, blah, blah. The people that say that are people from the hoods, from the ghetto. Even they themselves run away from the ghetto. So if you come from elsewhere and you don't take the time to study America to know where to move, where not to move, you are going to waste your time. You might even lose your life. It's as simple as that. So it's incumbent upon you to study this. And if you don't want to be around certain group of people, it doesn't mean you have anything against them. You are just a realist. You study them, like you've seen that picture before. You've seen it. So you stay far away from it, because what they are doing and selling is not going to help your life. Like I've gone there and I've seen some of these people who, the type of people they even mingle with. No wonder they're not getting anything done. I mean, you are hanging out with broke, dusty people. They've never built anything. They're not about to build anything. Those are the people you are choosing to associate yourself with. Not associating with them, it doesn't mean you hate them. You are just realistic. It's just like here, me not associating with, going to the hood with gangsters and stuff like that. It's just common sense. It's not that I have anything against them. You're just using your brain. You're watching, you're seeing, you got to ask yourself, do I want to end up like these people? Because people don't just wake up one day and become what they are. No. It's habits, your lifestyle, things you do, repeatedly. Is the sum, your life is the sum total of your habits. Your habits can make you poor. Your habits can leave you in poverty. Your habits can also uplift you. So habits, that's what it comes down to. So let's hear a little bit more.
Right? Whereas you do have, black Christians, and that's, I don't agree with any of the Abraham religions. But for me, when a black Muslim takes on Islam, it's like he's more Arab than the Arab. He wears all the Arab. He's
100% correct. He's 100% correct. Guys, go online. You will see, even like right there, there are even blacks who they talk about Pan-Africanism, but the same people they think they are Arabs as well. How can those two go? How can those two go? It's not gonna work. So that's why I said it's all fantasy. It's all fantasy. So
he speaks all the Arabic. He's more Arab than the Arab.
There was a guy. He was converting. They used a few. There was a black guy. I don't know his name, but they used him when there was this whole thing going on where the radical Islam was becoming a thing about maybe 10 years ago. And I don't know what his name was, but yeah, he was very much an outspoken black guy. And I was very surprised to find that he was actually Jamaican.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why I would say, for me, I don't adhere to any of the Abraham religions, and we can go into that. But I just think what needs to be spoken more about is the fact that black people's first enslaver was a Muslim Arab.
It's very important to people to know that, because
the man is correct. The man is correct. This is why I don't take these Pan-Africans serious. Do you see them talk about how the Arabs were the first enslavers and still enslaving Africans? They never do. They never do. So that's why, if they're talking about all this blackity black stuff, liberation stuff, I don't even, listen to them. I mean, at least when you go to the Gambia there, those people that embrace the Islam and the Arab, they all about that. So now okay, this person is strictly this. They're not, like they would talk that Arabic talk to you. They would dress like it, the whole 9 yards. So there is no confusion. Now you know who you're dealing with. But you've got these fake Pan-Africans, you coming from America. I mean, for example, you got somebody like Dr. Umar who disguises himself. So Dr. Umar, some of the people, even they like him because they think he's Muslim. So some that he would say he's practicing quote unquote voodoo or whatever. So you're going to see stuff like that. The guy is 100% correct. So the quote unquote Pan-Africans, they come in different shapes and thinking. Some of them claim to be, pro-black, blackity black, and then they're Arabs at the same time. They say the white man is the wicked one because the white man enslaved us, but the Arabs enslaved Africans too. In fact, even the transatlantic slave trade, the Arabs were the ones buying and selling. By the time the white people came into the slave trade, the trans-Saharan slave trade was ongoing, for at least 1,000 years before, the transatlantic slave trade. So why is the white man who came later, okay, him doing the same thing, they're better than even the Arabs, because the Arabs, the Africans they took, they were castrating them. I mean, their majority would take the women, but they would take the men, they would castrate them. Have you ever heard of eunuchs? So this is why in these Arab nations, you will not see a lot of large black population. They still have them. Even Turkey, they would take Africans and ship them there. How come you don't have black population in Turkey? Have you ever asked yourself that? You think, I know that someone is going to say, Turkeys are not Arabs. I get that. But the Ottoman Empire covered all the Arab nations. Okay? So, here we go.
we do kind of focus a lot on the transatlantic slave trade. And that thing was that the sub-Saharan slave trade, wasn't it?
Yeah. what they call
And
it.
there was one, the Indian, was it one was in the Indian Ocean or the Indian Ocean?
Yeah, there was over the Indian Ocean and over that side. And black people have been.
But that kind of created this idea of black people as being inferior. People ask why are black people hated around the world? It's because they were enslaved by so many different people around the world, and so considered to be less than. So a lot of these ideas they come from an old place. It's very hard to change those things in modern day because
you've got to ask yourself.
Don't want to change it.
You've got to ask yourself when that switch happened. There's a book called "The Destruction of Black Civilization" by Chancellor Williams.
Okay.
I'll call it my Bible because I read it. It's on my dresser. Like, I just read it when I need to know something. But I've read it a couple of times, and you have to understand that everything goes in cycles. So black people at one time, Nubia, Egypt, were seen as, oh my God, these people are so amazing. If you go to people like Homer, who is a Greek historian, you go to people like Herodotus, you go to Diodorus, you go to all of these ancient Europeans, they speak of black people in glowing.
Socrates, all of that.
They all went to Egypt and Nubia to learn.
Right. Yeah, they learned the philosophies in Africa.
So black people have not always been seen as less than. It was a gradual thing for them to be seen as less than as their society.
How did it change?
Because their societies, because societies rise and fall. At one point in time, I actually believe we're living in the fall of the West right now, because China's rising, right? Yeah. So at one point in time, every society gets overtaken by another one. It just happens. Like I said, it happens in circles, right?
He's correct about that.
Now, when you think about what's happened with black peoples, it's not long. It's only like 1,400 years. In the cycle of the human experience, that's not that long. We sit here like, oh my God, it's not been that long. That's why I tell black people, you're frustrated, but it hasn't been that long. Everyone gets pushed down to some degree at some point in time, because I studied human history, in the cycle of human history. What, you think Greeks were always a great civilization? No, in Europe, they were seen as barbarians to some degree. Do you know what I mean? But now, look, Europe's at its height. Everything happens in cycles. Right now, the Chinese are coming. Now, there's a time where every civilization can never, ever see their downfall. They always think they're going to be on top forever. The Egyptians thought that. Sure they did. When they had the 3 big pyramids with the gold caps on top, and they must have thought they were never going to ever be out of power. Now look, it's a relic. Do you know what I mean? So everyone has their time. So
I hear it. I hear exactly what you're saying, but it's, for me, I think it's quite telling and quite confusing to think, well, okay, so people say all the time, not people all the time, but people have said that, can you show me an Egyptian? Like if you go to Egypt now, can you actually say those people were the people of Egypt?
What, the people there now?
Yeah.
No.
Can you say that those people, so it's just like, well, how come they can't open the pyramids? How come they can't understand the knowledge of the pyramids? Do you know what I mean? It's like, where did that history go?
All right. So he's going into the, Kemet. But you get the point here, right? You get the point I'm making. So let me bring you this story, and then I'll open up the line. I came across this story, and I bring this story so that to bring awareness to what this man is going through, and it's unjust, right? There is nobody, the people are not out there speaking for him, even though they claim they are, all the Pan-Africans are there. None of them care to speak for this man. He's a 71-year-old man who is currently sitting and languishing in a jail cell in the Gambia over some BS. Believe it or not, over some BS. So let me read the story here, and then I'll open up the line so we can have conversation about this. Because, see, these are the type of things that, quote unquote, before Pan-Africans, roaming about, this is what they should be fighting for. This is what should bring Pan-Africans together and say, hey, here's the thing, like, we as a people, we want to unite with the Africans. But people cannot unite on, different, like if you have different mindset about what laws are in place, it's not gonna work. If you're coming from a free society and going to a society where technically is not free, if you want to exercise that freedom would be illegal in that society. Okay, so let me bring his story, and I want to know what you guys think about this. This is the Pan-African delusion that I speak of. So let me read it. This is from a popular Gambian site called What's on Gambia. So it says, "Good morning, Gambia. Many of you will not like this news. Magistrate SR yesterday denied the release of 71-year-old David, who remains detained at Mile 2, that is the prison, Mile 2 prison. Magistrate Sarr allegedly said that if David wants to be freed, he must hire a lawyer to file a motion for abridgment of time, a legal request to bring to his case forward before the next court case." So mind you, he's sitting in the prison. The magistrate is saying he will not be free unless he hires a lawyer. So under white supremacy, wouldn't you, they would have assigned you a lawyer. So this proves that these Pan-Africans are getting hit with their own hypocrisy. Not that I'm blaming the man, it's not his fault, right? It's not his fault. I'm not sitting here saying, he is wrong for being treated this way. But it's gonna blow your mind what this man's crime is. Why is he sitting in that jail? And everything would come full circle. You would understand in my monologue the story I told you, my own first-hand story, how these two ties together. So, okay, so they said they won't let him out, right? Let me keep on reading. A legal request to bring his case forward before the next court date. Wow. So here's what happened. They're explaining. According to reliable sources, a man in Batukunku suspected to be Alcalo Jere Jata. So the person that said, go to the Alcalo. So now I'm about to tell you what this story says. This story involves the Alcalo. Let's see what this Alcalo is doing. So the Alcalo's name is Jere Jata, who allegedly was trying to seize part of David's land. Did you guys hear this? The Alcalo is trying to seize part of David's land. So the Alcalo reported to the drug enforcement that David was a weed smoker and urged officers to arrest him. Yes, you heard it correct. The Alcalo apparently, according to this story, called the drug enforcement and said he's a weed smoker. Are you guys now beginning to see how it is the people you are around, those are the ones setting you up? This David guy, he's lived there for 30 years. The land that he is on was given to him by this same Alcalo's father, but the father died. So this is why you got to be careful. Like when you go to Gambia, they give you free land. You better make sure you got those documents all intact, because once the father or whoever gave you the land dies, their kid can keep an eye on that land. So this Batokunku is now a hot, area, but I'm guessing at the time that the father was giving David land, at the time the place was probably like a bush, so they didn't think much of it. So they gave it to him. He probably, gave him a large piece of land, because according to the story, they're saying they want part of his land. That means he probably has a huge land. So now in that area, you got to pay a lot of money for land. So the Alcalo has an eye on it. So on June 18, around 11 a.m., the drug enforcement officers in Tangier, led by Sadibu Salah, arrived at David's compound. They searched him and reportedly found 1 joint of weed. Guys, 1 joint. Over here in the white supremacist country, you can go, the white supremacists will not put you in jail for it. In fact, they opened up a store where for you can go buy the weed and smoke it. Right? So 1 joint. The guy is sitting in jail for 1 joint. So let's go. Yeah, they searched him and found 1 joint. David told them he was not a trafficker or cultivator. He smoked only for health reasons. He was arrested and taken to Burusubi police station, where he secured bail and returned home. 4 months later, when he thought the matter was behind him, David received a call from Sadibu Salah on Monday, October 20th, asking him to report to the Tangier police post. From there, he was taken to Bundung Magistrate Court, where he appeared before Magistrate Sar. David pleaded guilty to possessing a single joint of weed. So they took him to court for single joint of weed. He was cooperative and did not waste the court's time. So the drug enforcement prosecutor, Binta Bojang, requested an adjustment to prepare the full case details. Magistrate Sar then ordered that David be remanded at Mile 2 until November 10th. Everyone in the courtroom was shocked. See, this is where the Pan-African delusion comes in. He doesn't realize that it's not about the joint. It's a setup. This is a way for them to rid him of the land. So they are conspiring against him. Look at it. They are torturing this man. They are willing to destroy his life just to take his land from him. David pleaded for leniency, explaining that he was unwell and had young children who depended on him. His pleas were ignored. So what is the use of having Pan-Africans if they cannot stand up for their fellow Pan-African? How does this even make sense? Desperate, David turned to the prosecutor for help. Binta told him to meet her at her office, where she asked for 100,000 deposit for his case, which is like, I think, about $2,000 close, or $1,500, something like that. So the prosecutor said, meet me at the office. So obviously that's bribery, right? So mind you, 1 joint, for 1 joint, now this man is facing all this. Is white supremacist court beginning to look good for you now? Is the white supremacist country beginning to look good for you? Let me continue. David's children in the United States quickly sent 50,000. I think, yeah, 50,000, which Binta accepted. The prosecutor accepted it. Why is the prosecutor taking money? She then told David to return on Thursday, October 23rd, with the remaining balance. When a friend of David's and SIS, I guess that's like a secret police, learned of the payment, he contacted Binta to ask why she took the 50,000 from David. This is how you know, like there's a conspiracy against David. It's not about the joint. This is about something totally different. I'm talking the land. Because why would the Alcalo call these people on him? Someone who's been living on the land for 30 years, his father knows him, everybody in the area knows him. But they don't give a damn. They're going to take your land. So, because the guy is looking at it like, man, my father gave this guy the land. Mind you, the same people that if they sell you the land, they regret it. They can't take it. So that's why do not take free land. If you're going to take it, make sure you document everything to the core. Documents are signed to show that, yes, they gave you this. But now I doubt it if they would be giving free lands. So reportedly by this, on Wednesday, October 22nd, Binta, which is the prosecutor, summoned David to Bundung police station and told him, I was just helping you stay out of prison, but you went and told people. She then had him handcuffed and sent directly to Mile 2 prison. I mean, guys, imagine like he's a prosecutor, not even in court, because she took bribery. So how dare David tells anyone about this? She calls him and to the police station, had him handcuffed and sent him to prison. Does that sound like justice to you? So the Pan-Africans, the story they are telling about white supremacist society is unjust. This story proves that that's not true. David's family reached out to the Grand Bantaba for help, prompting our investigation. Some court officials we spoke to described Magistrate Sar's decision as heartless, noting that remanding a 71-year-old man to Mile 2 for possession of a single joint of weed was excessive, and that it was also unlawful to hold him there for more than 2 weeks. No person should be remanded for more than 14 days for alleged criminal offense. Senior DLEAG drug enforcement officers were interviewed. We interviewed said David should never have been remanded for such a minor offense. Maybe those officers don't know that there's a conspiracy. They argued that he should have only been admonished by the magistrate and allowed to return home. So it's like a fine or slap on the wrist, but a prosecutor can just lock you up at his or her discretion. So does that sound like justice to you? After David's arrival at Mile 2 prison, officers cut off his dreadlocks. So David, he's a Rasta. I'm not talking just the dread. He practices Rastafarianism. So the hair is part of his religion. So much about blackness, right? So these people, they don't respect his religion, no, nothing. Imagine a Muslim, this happening to a Muslim person here in America, where they violate their religious rights. Just imagine that. There would be an uproar, there would be people standing for them. But nobody is standing up for this man. A senior lawyer told the Grand Bantaba that the magistrate should have informed the prison not to do so, as David's dreadlocks are part of his religious identity and must be respected under the law. Just imagine. On Thursday morning, some drug enforcement prosecutors were assigned to appeal to Magistrate Sar to release David, but he refused, insisting that David remain in custody until November 10th. Yeah, this is a black magistrate. So much about Pan-Africanism, right? I hope after this, the Pan-Africans would tell the truth. The Grand Bantaba is now working to find a lawyer to file a motion on Monday for David's immediate release on health grounds. So more power to the to this news agency. They're gonna help David find a lawyer, which is good. In fact, his 20-day remand is illegal. Ask any lawyer. David was born in Connecticut, USA, but moved to the Gambia in his early 30s. So he's been there over 30 years. He was married to Kadiba, who passed away 3 years ago. Mind you, this guy was married to a Gambian woman. His eldest, he said his children now live in the United States. David is a kind and peaceful man, loved and respected by his neighbors. And reading the comments is not so flattering, because all you can see is people putting tear emoji or saying, oh, he's such a good person, but none of them would do anything for him. And I bet you, he can't contact the U.S. embassy, because a lot of these people have distanced themselves from that power. See, if these Pan-Africans are smart, want to go to Africa to do stuff like this, they should come together in a group, that is funded and, get recognition by the United States, so that they can get the backing. But no, they think they can do it on their own. It's unfortunate what is happening to David, but my point is, Pan-Africans are safer in white supremacist country. If you don't agree, or whatever you have to say, the link is in the chat. Hit the link and come and have conversation about this. Okay? This is how the system works over there. And I'm a firm believer that this will not have happened to David here in the United States over one joint. K11 said he probably gave up his citizenship. It's possible, because no part of this story, the story did not highlight it. So that's a possibility. So, ladies and gentlemen, the link is in the chat. Hit the link. Come and have the conversation. All viewpoints are welcome. Just realize, because I know there are some people usually they're usually in their feelings. When they watch the show, they're upset at the host. Like I was saying yesterday, in yesterday's show, I'm just here to bring what is already in the news. I did not create this news. Okay? I'm here to bring you nothing but the unwavering truth. So the link is in the chat. Guys, come on. Hit the link. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of Pan-Africans watching, hiding in the cloud. You guys can hit the link and come and have the conversation, and tell us what you think about what is being discussed here. All right, here we go. Oh, Diego, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Greetings, Afridamus. How are you doing, man?
I'm well. Greetings. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's true, man. Life it's kicking my ass.
Oh, it happens. So, Diego, what do you think about the conversation here? Pan-Africans, Black Pan-Africans, much safer under white supremacy than African justice system, considering what the story I have told about my own, what had happened to me, and David right here, because the alcalde that's like I don't know, like in your country maybe how they call him, but it's like um the guy, under, leader of the village, but under the chief. The chief
Yes.
is higher. Yeah. So it's, they're saying that, this person is conspiring, and I'm sure you're in Africa. I'm sure you are not surprised by this.
Oh, definitely not. I agree with you, Afrodamus. I believe that as Black people, we are better off living under a system controlled by white people.
Yes.
That's my perspective.
Okay.
Even in my country, things were much better during colonialism for the general people. You see,
Hmm.
it's not like it's today. Simply just the good things go to the elites and their family members. You see, back then it was everyone had a chance. So I believe white people are good at doing this, creating an environment where everyone that takes initiative can do something for
Yeah.
themselves.
Uh-huh.
You see, but we as Black people, we tend to complicate things for each other.
Hmm.
I don't know why we do it, if why we do what we do, but we
Because
tend to.
it's, it's not, when you look at it over there, it's not like there is no system.
Exactly.
There is no system, you see. And also because a lot of these Pan-Africans, right, they are under the illusion, because you see,
Yeah.
like, because they have like entitlement issues,
Hmm.
because a lot of them actually, they, all this Pan-African stuff, they want to be like white people, pretty
Hmm.
much, so that's why they feel
Yeah.
less than, because they are like, man, I can never be white, so so therefore, um I'm just gonna, I feel oppressed. And you notice they don't realize how oppressed they are till they are older. Look at like Mike Tyson. I'm not saying Mike Tyson feel older, but now, it's more and more when they get old, that's when they find out that their DNA says they are in Africa. But power to David, because David went when he was in his 30s.
Hmm. Yeah. And if you look at it, for them, the problem in our society, you see, in Africa, in our countries in Africa, is that there's no ideology. You see, you will never find an ideology that has its roots in Africa that majority of the people believe in. You see,
Right.
you can look at the religions, you can look at the political system. They try to say they are democratic countries, but they're simply democratic countries on papers. Our communities are not governed in a democratic way. You see, our families are not governed in a democratic way. How.
Exactly. It starts from homes.
Exactly. So I believe we as Africans, we have this ideological conflict, but it stems from the fact that we don't have an ideology. You see, so when we look at how white people do things and they are actually good at doing things in their own way, we tend to feel envious about that. It's basically jealousy.
Yes.
It's jealousy, and we know that we cannot replicate what they're doing, so we have to destroy it. You see,
Right.
this is the mentality of the people. You see, so I
Because they
admire
think
what.
they think they think destroying what is built would,
Exactly,
would make them feel better, like make them equal. It's like,
exactly,
okay, I can't have it, so I don't know how to build it, you building it, I'm gonna destroy it so that we can all look like we are equal. That's what it
exactly.
is.
Yeah, because if you look at it, uh, they talk about white supremacy. Let's look at that term, which to me doesn't exist. It's just something that it sells for from the ethnic minorities, how they say in the Western world. But there's no such thing as white supremacy. It doesn't exist because if you think about it, it's just white people doing their thing. Oh, let's create our businesses, and if we run properly, the businesses grow. We'll make a large profit. They'll say, "Oh no, that's white supremacy." They no. What's the problem of white people creating businesses and wanting to hire white people? Isn't what these blacks are talking about that they should do.
Well, they lack self-awareness. I don't think they understand what they are saying.
The diagnosis
Can
that
you Imperious? There is a line here. You are the last person, so close your mic till we get to you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Diogo.
Yes. What? Let's look at it. For example, South Africa. I saw your live that you made on South Africa, apartheid.
Yeah,
Apartheid was simply just white people saying, we want to live here, you guys live here.
exactly. And the blacks started crying. Oh man, no, why you white people want to go live on your own? Just like look at Orania, even here in the United States,
Exactly.
right? There was like some black women who they bought land, they made it a big deal, and more power to them. They said they're gonna build their own community. Everyone supported it, right? But
Yes.
the moment, I mean, you all know, I mean, black people, they just hype things, even in Africa, but they will never build, we didn't see
Mhm.
what they built. So they discovered
Mhm.
that some white people are, live, building their own white town. They want it to all be white. And
Mhm.
they have a problem with that. They said that's white supremacy. So the person, if it's white supremacy, they are so bad. Why, shouldn't you be happy? They want to stay away from you.
Exactly. You see, uh, this is what I'm talking about. There's no way you can actually please the black person, because if white people said, "Oh, I want to stay with white people," they'll say it's a problem. But if blacks want whites to admire them, you see, to say, "Oh man, you black people, man, you guys got the style, the swag, man. You guys built." Yeah, you guys built the pyramids. They want whites to actually bow down to them in some way. You see,
Right.
but I don't see why whites should do this.
And I think you what you're saying here, that psychology, that mentality is what's driving a lot of these people emotionally, thinking that they are going to Africa, is going to be Wakanda. What do you think
Mhm.
about what that British man was saying about the Muslim, blacks being coons? The Africans are the biggest coons.
Well, uh, let me put it this way. In my perspective, like I told you, the Africans don't have ideology. You
Right.
see, this is
Which is,
why.
and Diego, I have been saying this, but who comes and fight me? The
Mhm.
quote unquote Pan-African Western blacks who don't even know anything about Africa,
Mhm.
because they keep saying it's oppression. I said no, because if a people don't have any ideology they stand on, anything goes.
Mhm.
Okay, nobody can come and force anything on you if you got something going on. You see,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
if you have an ideology that is set and it's working, trust me, nobody is going to change that for you. I mean, look at South
exactly.
Africa. They've been, they said the white man was bad, they took over. How is South Africa looking now?
Mhm. Yeah, and this is the thing I've been saying. We lack ideology. We are failing at the basics of what a nation of people should be actually excelling at. We fail. Our societies, we lack trust. You don't build a society without trust. Even
Yes.
in the United States, you see there's a lack of trust amongst black people there. You see, so we are failing at the basics, and we believe that we can create a whole universe
A
with
whole
black people
civilization
thriving in.
without any standing ideology, rules, understanding. Because it's like some of these people there. Okay, you some are Rastafarians, some Hebrew Israelites, some are,
Mhm.
I mean it depends on Moors, but they all say they are under the banner of this Pan-Africanism. The ideology and the practice system is different. Like you can, people who have complete different identities, how can they build together?
Mhm.
That's not even
They
possible.
can't. Yeah, they cannot, and this is the problems that we have in my country specifically. We lack ideology, and when you lack ideology, everything you can build a society in the basis of mimicry. You see, what we are trying to do, we're trying to mimic.
Yes.
You see, you see white people making, let's say, going into a sort of United Nations, talking about democracy. We want to talk about that. That's the conversations
But
that we'll
they don't
have.
even give what the meaning is.
Exactly. But when you look at our society, you see that we are not a democratic kind of people. You see, we are very authoritarian.
Mhm.
We want things to go our way. We are very, if someone disagrees with us, we are ready to, go into a different length, maybe just erasing that person from our group or something. This is a normal behavior where I'm from. You
Oh,
see,
I mean, Diego, look at what happened. The story I read here. Look at the prosecutor. Imagine you looking at it, right? It's the same thing happened. Like this, female prosecutor. Some hood rat probably. Just some Gambian hood rat. Sending this man straight to prison. No, it's not even court. She, like she took a bribe and she's upset that other people know about this. Even if it's not about Pan-Africanism. Over one joint sending a 71-year-old man, into one of the nastiest prisons. Can you imagine that? So she's going by her feelings. It's
exactly.
like she just feels like it. So the point I'm trying to make, like for example, here in America, it doesn't work like that. This would have never happened to this man. They would have respected his human rights. They would have respected his religion and not, chop off his hair. So the reason why I brought the religious factor already, you got to remember these people who are in charge of you, they have a different religious belief system. They've
Yeah.
already, they already judge you. So the Pan-Africans are walking around with this black skin color. These people have already judged you because their religion have judged and sent you to hell already. They don't get
Yeah.
that.
They don't get it. I don't know. I don't know if one day we'll be able to actually see things from how they should be seen. I don't know if we will be able to get there, but our societies are a reflection of who we are. You see.
Thank you. You're
So
you're 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 very correct. Let us bring in Ola also.
yeah.
Then we'll go to wait, Ola and Imperius. Who came first? Ola.
I think me.
Oh, Ola. Welcome to the Afridamus report.
Yeah,
Ola,
thank you for
what do
Damos.
you think about the title even Pan Africans in the West are in denial about being much safer under white supremacy than black supremacy, and also the stories I brought, and the one in Gambia. Go ahead.
For Damos, let me go for the let me go for the Pan-African, the Western so-called Pan-Africanists.
Yes.
You have to understand, Africa might not have ideology, but because they are already in a group, and in that group, they have been trained or they have been in those groups for almost about, let's say, 1,000 years. I just put it like that first. Their own ideology is how to protect that set of group called clan or tribe, the land where they occupy. So they might not have an ideology how to have some kind of general ideology to do anything. You have to understand, it takes them years for them to come together to drive away, to ask for the white man for independence, because there's not much ideology like that. And because they're from different group of clan or tribes, they have to find a way, okay, what are we really chasing about? What are we fighting for?
Well, Ola, I think also, because if these countries, right? Most people don't want to admit this truth. These countries were not formed by African people themselves.
Yes.
So in these countries, it's different, ethnic groups and cultures.
Yes.
So this is what the Western Pan-African are ignoring. Even in that country, that people are still, pretty much struggling to
accept each other.
To accept each other.
Yeah, but
yeah.
That's what I try to put. Even with the culture is the same sometimes, but the tradition is different. You understand me? The tradition to those cultures, the way they go about it, the culture might be the same. It's the same, but the tradition are far more different. Then you have to bring in now the Western blacks now, right? People that left 500 years ago, right? Their mindset, who they are. Some of them don't see themselves as you. And just them see you alone, they already pissed about you. Forget about this Pan-Africanism, whatever they call themselves. These are a bunch of people who have a very deep hatred on the other side of the black people. You understand me? They try to bring their own ideology, their own experience to you that you don't know what are they bringing to you. You understand me? So even forming with them, let me give you as an example, Afro-Damas. You're going to marry, let's assume you even have a relationship with some of them. I'm talking about relationship now. They be your wife or whatever they want to be your husband. The moment you deal with them for so long in one house, then you start discovering that they don't have the what they're selling to you as an African. For them will go down like this to you. They will say, okay, you're African, you don't know this. Then this is their Western experience they try to introduce to you now. They say, oh, you're African, you don't know this. Or they already try to underrate you. That might be because you're not educated, you might not society, but they don't know you are far more, even more educated than them. Even when you live in Africa, because we be consumed a lot with British curriculum. You understand me? We read a lot. Even some of us have even read some wicked novels called Harley Chase. All kind of Harley Chase, deep psychological mind-readed books, which they deal with the white man according to their own experience. But Africans are far more observers. You understand me? We observe, we look. So they'll see that as part of we kind of like docile, right? But they don't know.
But Ola, I see what you're saying, but maybe, like in this case, right?
In this case, right?
In this case, I'm flipping it around where like I get what you're saying. So coming with that mindset, right? Thinking like that, because they have, it's Western. Like if you're coming from the United States, right? You already you have a concept of what freedom is. Here in the United States, like just because you're like an authority doesn't mean the black person would be scared. Scared to like express themselves. In African countries like Gambia, they don't have no freedom of speech. Look at this prosecutor sending this guy straight to jail. It's a setup. They want to take his land. Let's be honest. These people are just they are wicked. They don't see the man as one of them, even when he already married. So that's the point I'm driving.
Afro-Damas, you have to understand, you can bring the Western way of Pan-Africans to say under the banner of what called black.
No, I get that, but what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you want to talk about the kind of playing in the African sort of land issue, intimidation, and everything.
Because there's no the point I'm trying to make is there's no fairness like the type of American fairness or British fairness. They're thinking right. That does not exist there. That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm trying to tell you about is this Afro-Damas is this. The African way of life, because they adapt a little bit of the Western way of life, right? So you're gonna, you have to start way back. You cannot leave your territory to go and balance somewhere else. You live and die in your tribal land. Why this intimidation, power using police or anything to go into you, government power to go after you? It's because somehow you leave your territory, you're not buying a land whereby your tribe cannot even protect you. You're not in total different kind of like almost like a city, almost like a no man's land. You understand? But they cannot do that on your zone. But still, we still know how to navigate some of this system, maybe by dialogue. If you think you're weak, you have to just find a way to, meet them in a very polite way. If they can, leave things for you. You understand me?
No. Hola. This, what I'm saying is, right? I get what you're saying. These people there on the land, because the Pan-African is coming thinking it's one and the same. This time is the other way. The people do not see you as the same. They only see you as opportunity, and they're not gonna be fair. They will do things to you. That's that's the reality. Like this guy, they gave him the land for the Alcalo's father gave him the land for free, and because I know this for a fact, where people you buy the land, you start developing it over there, the Africans, they will come and fight you up over it. This even brings me back, like a lot of the places that the Africans would say, oh, the white man came and took our land. Now I'm believing that no, the Africans, they sell their land, they regret it and try to come and take it. I'm just keeping it real. It's wickedness. I'm just being real. Like the white man is much nicer.
Yeah, because the white man far more fair in some certain because they have laws. Sometimes they follow their rules very well. You understand me? They follow, if they have a rules, that's what they say. The white man will tell you 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock, right? A black person will tell you 8 o'clock will come 10 o'clock. You understand me?
Yeah, but Ola, don't you think the Africans in today's day and age should start being just also? Because like
that's what
I get that, like the Pan-Africans, right? They delude themselves.
This Pan-Africanism will never work in Africa. These are a bunch of delusional people, confused people that want to come to Africa to do what? You understand me? I'm not with them at all.
Ola, I get that, right? Okay, for example, I speak on it because I want them to understand. But it is also not just because they are delusional. If it's their property, their land, no matter, the person can have whatever ideology within their land. That's their land, you should not take it from them.
Afrodamos, I'm not what are we united? Let me go down with this so-called what this called Pan is. This Pan is a scam. This Western Pan, look, Africa have their own kind of Pan-Africanism. What happened during the independence time by Julius Nyerere, something of Canada, of Zambia, all these guys that came together because sometimes I wonder, black Americans say, oh, we fight for South Africa. They didn't do no shit. Malawi, Angola, some of these neighboring South Africa countries, they do heavy lifted a part of it. Then the West Africans saw that backward, and East Africa that back some of these white people again, just on that ground that you cannot be punishing people like this. What are the Pan-Africans coming to do in Africa? Are they Africans still anymore? They are not.
But Ola, okay, I get what you're saying, right? Okay, for example, like the message I'm sending to the Pan-African who come pretending you're part of it. If you want to stay there, you can behave, you can do just like the Lebanese. Do not let these people give you, like, buy it and live as a private person away. You see what I'm saying? Because they should. What I'm saying, they should be.
But what I see saying is the problem that will come later, that we Africans or tribal Africans, I'm talking about tribal Africans now, the sub-Saharan one, we already have our problem that we're dealing with. We try to straight up. The mentality of us is totally different. Even among ourselves as tribal people, we play a game, kind of like politics and friendship, to even coexist with each other. That's how we believe for.
So, yeah, that's my point. That means Africans, the system, it's not just. It's a system that cannot be used. It's
the system.
It's not a just system. Which
the system
which
cannot
in
be
itself,
used,
itself,
the system cannot be used as an ideology. You understand me? Because the base of ideology is you have a goal, what you want to fight for, and that goal is who is your enemy. You understand me? But because we don't have enemy like that, because of intermarriages are kind of like playing some kind of, stick and stick kind of politics. We don't have those ones yet. That was then with the independence time, when the white man was still sitting somewhere as a governor, but now it's not even at all. And the system broke because they form a country. You can live here, because you're a citizen. Is not what is causing problem now. You understand me? The more, if I sell you a land and my area is, the price of land is far more higher there, I will come and tell you, that land I said to you is not yours anymore because I lease it to you. Your lease is gone. That's what is going on in Ghana. You understand me? Then you want to bring down.
But Ola, don't you think then the Black Africans are the problem in this? Because that means Africans are not honest people. Think about white people. Hold on. Think about because Africans are traveling to white country, we have been afforded, real justice. Nobody's doing this to us. Imagine if the rest of the world bind and say, okay, since this is the African mentality, no justice for other people, we also are going to give them the same African treatment. It's not going to work.
Yeah, after that was we that went to the West in one way or the other in our life, is this. We have our limit there. If we're not really into their deep politics.
No, all over here. No, what I'm saying, right? Forget the politics. Forget the politics. Let's say like this David guy. That land, is his land, and he was married to a Gambian before he had children, right? So where's the
David from?
He's from here, the United States, Connecticut.
They married to is still married to that Gambian lady?
She passed away. This is an old man. He's 71 years old. He's been living there for 31 years. So what I'm saying is, for example, okay, we can say, Africans, we cannot have.
No, after that,
yes.
Then those, okay, this what I always talk about. That Black America dude, that's I come about tribal now. Tribal. That man have no tribe in Gambia.
Yeah, but Ola, it's his property. Lebanese are there. It's his property, though.
It's his property under the government of Gambia rules, right? But because he's not a member of a tribe that will be on his back, you understand me? That was said. That is our.
Ola, but that's not right, because we don't live in. We don't live in primitive time. Ola,
we can change it.
Hold on. Ola, let me give you an example. Like over here in the United States, there's entire areas where bunch of Nigerians own homes there, right? Other Africans. Can you imagine if here they apply the same thinking and saying, you know what, fuck it, these people are not from here, they have no original tribe here, we rounding them up, we taking the houses. Imagine that. It's not like this guy is in politics. They just set him up, and I don't think this is right.
Just about the system is corrupt. They don't follow the rules, and no matter how long he stayed there, you have no tribe to back him up. He doesn't have anything. He's just there. Maybe he might not have too much money. His children are not really.
No, but Ola, it's his land. No, it doesn't matter what he has or he doesn't have.
If you go back to the United States and have a nice 2-bedroom in Miami.
Wait. So Ola, you are saying that these people are justified to take his personal property?
That's what it is. You can't change it. That's what happened. It's a period. They don't see him as one of them. It look like
wait. Ola, I'm confused. Wait a minute. So if you're not one of them, so they should treat you inhumanely and take your stuff from you?
That's what we're telling these South African women. If you go and marry these people, you have to understand who you marry and where your children will belong to. You cannot go and marry a Black American man and brought that Black American man to Africa. still fly like a bird. They have no tribe. They have nothing to back him up. Africa have a what called backup system.
Ola, in Gambia, right? I don't know about other places. You don't have to have a tribe to belong to. There are white people there with lands, their compounds. All I'm saying is, Ola, this is not right. You can't honestly say this is right for someone's rightful property to just assume okay, he's not our tribe, and then they take it from him, set him up, put him in jail, maltreating him, not giving him justice.
Yeah, the system is corrupt. You cannot change that. The system was fair, followed by
the Ola, how would you feel if they're doing this to Africans?
Because if the white man want to take things from Africa, they will use all the books. They have loopholes to take it too.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, we're going by the logic you're presenting. This man.
But look, Afrodamos, look, if a white man look at what is going on somehow, right? If they want, I was watching TV. I saw in a place called Africa, somewhere in the Galagachi territory, that the way they were taking the land from them with high tax, these people cannot pay. It's also a trickish way also to take back the land, because these blacks over there, they don't have the power.
Okay, Ola, let me give you an example. Ola, there are Nigerians in Gambia who own land too, right?
Yeah.
What if they decide, okay, they don't have tribe there, we got to take their land too, and it's their property?
But what I should tell you is this: Africans know the way to deal with themselves.
Yeah, but Ola, Africans in this day and age, right? If Africans cannot say they want to be a part of the world, benefiting part of all other people, Africans can travel to other countries, Western countries, and get land if they could, right? The market is open. Let me give you an example, but they are saying, wait, you are saying Africans, don't have to be honest, they can just be deceptive, and even if people get the land, they can just take it from them.
Afrodamos, 1950 something, Ghana chased Nigeria away from their country and take over their properties, their houses.
Yeah, but that's not right. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
This is the African mindset, injustice I'm talking about.
Yeah, so it's not like this thing be happening also to other Africans also. Just imagine in 1950 something.
All right, we'll get to that part.
They took the land. So if you're not African, you're coming from United States, they don't see you because, one, you don't look, you might have the same skin like them, but you don't have what called backup system. And if you don't have what called backup system, you're going to be on the losing side. So some Africans that live over there, what these Africans are doing, they chip themselves into some certain tribe. That's why you see in Africa going to some of this kingdom, introduce themselves, they buy themselves into that kingdom. That's how other Africans survive like that. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. But Ola, he was married, but we'll bring you again. Imperious, welcome to the Afrodamos Report.
Good God. Feel like I'm down to 42 chromosomes. Three things.
Go for it.
Blacks have the inability to understand abstract. I've been on 100 black panels. No black person.
Are you black?
No.
You're white?
Oh yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The inability to understand or conceive abstract thinking is the first.
Explain.
Okay, I'll give you an example. What is a right?
Go ahead. Explain.
A right is an abstract. There is no tangible thing called a right. It is a human conceived notion pulled out of the ether. Okay? It doesn't exist. You can't point to freedom of speech. You can't point to freedom of religion.
Are we Are we gonna be talking about philosophy or the topic?
This is what I'm saying.
No, I'm just because we have a topic here.
I sat for an hour
But
listening to a bunch
I
of
know.
jigaboo nonsense, and I'm trying to
Look,
explain to you why you're failures, and you
No,
don't want to hear it.
Alpha Dama, we're not nigga boo. Please. Is that
Yeah.
what he said?
Saint Jane, let him finish, man.
No,
Let him
no,
You
no,
finish.
no,
literally
no,
Go
no, no,
ahead.
no, no, no,
Hold
no.
on.
Bro,
Hold on.
Alpha Damas.
Yeah.
I'm nigga boo.
You ain't say nothing when Kidola was talking about
Hold
it's
on.
right
It
for
wasn't
Africans
my
to take
turn.
their home, take the
It
diaspora
wasn't my
home
turn. It
Guys,
wasn't
and
my
go to
and
turn.
the
Africa. So why you
facade of
interrupting the white guy? Let him
intelligence
speak.
Guys, one
falls.
Nah,
mic.
nah.
Let him finish. Let him
Alpha
The
finish.
Damas.
facade
Yeah.
of intelligence
Let him.
falls.
Let him finish. Okay.
As I
So
said, you can't understand abstract, so explain to me why anything that blacks do is right or wrong. They can't understand a right. They don't understand what a right of possession or property is. They don't understand a right of freedom of speech. They don't understand the right of freedom of religion. They don't understand the right of movement. These are
okay.
concepts that don't exist in the tangible world and are imposed through higher level intelligence through gray matter. Blacks don't have gray matter. You don't want to hear reality. You want to hear me talking nice to you fucking niggers.
All right. It looks
Okay.
like we got a mentally challenged uh, person that just escaped the insane asylum.
No, when he threw the nigga boo, I already knew what was going to happen. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. He's a silly guy. Let's bring in Kedo. Go ahead, Kedo. Kedo, welcome to the Afridamus Report. This guy never gets on the topic. He comes here sometimes. He wants to talk about, that blacks are not smart, right? But he's the one who can't even stick with the topic. So this guy, is he smarter than black people? He's over here saying blacks don't have concept of this, concept of that. But do you have a concept of the topic here, sir? It's very simple. Do you have a concept of the show? Go ahead, Kato.
Don't mind him, Afrodamus. One thing is, is whenever a fool thinks that like that they are better than you, do not feel hurt by it. Because if you feel hurt by it, it means that you are in this, you are just like the person. So just let he go and be a foolish person that think that he's better
Yeah.
than black people.
Yeah.
So
So,
to
Kato, the topic here, like Pan-Africans are in denial about being safer under white supremacy. And then, spoke about, did you catch the beginning of the show?
yeah, I caught some of it.
Okay, I want to hear your viewpoint on what we're talking about over here.
So I think Pan-Africanism is safe everywhere, but to be honest, I don't think Pan-Africanism is safe under white supremacy because, first of all, we all have seen the world and we all know how things are going on around the world. And it is very clear that white supremacy wants to continue the hegemony. So if you want to, and the purpose of Pan-Africanism is Africa's success. So,
Okay,
and yeah,
Kedo, how can Africa succeed when, you've heard what Ola was saying, right? So,
yes,
for example, okay, Africans, as like he's saying, okay, it's totally okay to take this man's land away because he doesn't have a tribe in Gambia there. So, if Africans, the doors are open, they can travel to United States and other places and able to buy land. No one harasses them, right? And the
yeah,
concept is
yeah.
open. So, if Africans are not reciprocating, like being open, honest, and fair about what everybody's doing, right? How, especially for the blacks coming, foreign blacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
How will Africa develop then?
All right.
Because
So let me
society have to be, first of all, just, fair, and and so that people can trust each other. It has to be a high trust society.
All right, so
No,
let me
no
give.
society can work if there's no trust.
All right, so let me explain. All right, can I talk now?
Yeah. The floor is yours.
All right. So there's a rhetorical question, right? If there are two people now, right now, you have one that is you don't know his lineage, and one know his lineage. But the harsh statement for that word for someone who don't know the lineage, we all know the harsh statement, but I'm not trying to talk it to into insult or disrespect that person, right? So it's like a bastard, right? But they are not bastards. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just using my. I'm
Wait,
just
wait,
using
wait,
my.
wait, wait, wait. Hold on. Just a second.
Oh, I'm not. That's just, I
Hold on.
want to say something.
No,
I'm
no, no,
getting to
no.
something, but if you don't
Hold
give me
on.
chance to talk, you're not hear me.
I gotta read the super chats. I gotta read people that are paid. People that are paying, I gotta read their message. All right. Just a second. Just a sec. All right. John Nizola, thank you for the super chat. Ja said the AFCFTA, Max Bank, and the AES Alliance all reflect Pan-Africanist ideas because they focus on African unity, cooperation, and self-reliance. Ja, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kato. Sorry about that.
Oh, all right. All right. So I was giving an example today, right? And this is not pointing to any group, right? This is just an example. So I'm against the African
So you were saying
diaspora
something
that's
about,
coming back.
bastard. You were saying something about bastard, like
Yeah,
elaborate.
yeah. So I said there are two. I said there are two men. One is a bastard, and one is not a bastard. But the one who is a bastard, he he came from a place where he came from a land or from a family, from a place that he don't own. But he came to another place and said that he want land to that place there. But the other one who is not a bastard, he came from a place that is his heritage, and he came to another place to have a land. So when the two of them go and buy land to that other place, what will happen is the people who live in that place, they will have more, like the men who come from another place that know his lineage, and that place is his heritage. They will understand who he is because of they will have more regard for him because of their knowledge of his identity and his lineage. In case of anything, they will know how to handle the situation. So, but the man who came from a place where he don't know his lineage from, and they when I say you don't know his lineage, meaning the his surname or the person that he was living with, the
Okay.
person that was his
Okay.
master,
Hold on.
and he don't and that place is not his heritage. No, now well, just give me chance, Afro Damos, please. Sometimes
Well,
I can want to say something, but
hold
if
on,
I don't have
because
chance, yes.
hold on, your weave is getting way too long. I don't want to lose, what you're saying. I'm not following. I'm trying to understand, like, where we're going.
All right, let me just summarize it. Let me just summarize it.
Okay.
Yeah, I will just summarize it. Yes. So a person that came from a place that is not his heritage, and he came from a place like and come to a new environment, that person is like an like an master of that place does not come to have an agreement with the people of the other territory. That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
say.
Let me
So
make it. Let me make it
so
simple.
so so so
I
so
think.
all right, so I'm coming. So firstly, I am not against the black here, but the thing is, in you
Kato,
know
your phone. Okay, you're back.
yeah. Are you getting me? In order to
Yeah,
make things
we
easy for
lost you there.
themselves, yeah. In order to make things easy for themselves, the last time I said it there was, like some people say it was impossible. They need to do that. They need to take that ancestral thing very serious. For me, if I'm in Liberia, I could sell. I could do it. Anybody who is against or want to take that land from them, I'll have problem with it, because I know that they are our lost relatives. But the whole issue there is to make things to be more flexible and to be clear, so that it can be easier for people to understand things. People should get to know where you are from among the family that you are coming to, because you can come to the family of Africans and we do not know who you are related to like that. Sometimes we will accept you, but there may be some people who will not have good intentions towards you. They will attack you, and if you don't have strong ground, it will be bad for you. Yes, that
Okay,
is what I'm
so
trying to say.
Kedo,
So it
Kedo.
is only their master.
Wait.
But if they come,
Hold on, Kedo. Let me understand what you're saying. So let's say, those Liberia, do they have people who come to Liberia who are not Liberians? They have no roots in Liberia and they came and bought land and live in there?
that was how Liberia was established.
No, no, no. I'm
Liberia
asking.
was
No,
created by America.
hold on.
America.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the history. I'm talking about 2025, like right now. Liberia have people who are not. They don't have roots in Liberia. They're not from any tribe that's in Liberia. They are in
Yeah.
Liberia.
It's there.
They bought land. They live in there.
Free, yeah. It's there.
Okay.
It's there.
So do you think it's just? It would be just for, maybe one of the chief or that's under them to, take that person's land from them, even though it's theirs, right? To take it from them because they don't have no relatives there. They're not from there, but it's their land. They bought
No.
it. They hold on. They had married a Liberian woman. They had children. The woman passed away. Even if she didn't pass away, do you think like the person bought the land or was given to them fair and square? Is their property now? Do you think it's fair? Is just to take that person's land from them?
No. It's not just because firstly, you have sold the thing to the person. It was an agreement that you had with the person. So it's very unjust on the person's side, like to take their property from them. It's not fair at all.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
So
Yeah.
like what I was
Okay.
saying today, right? I said order to vouch for the servant who came or that don't have connection to the people there, so that thing can be easier. That was what America did. Because America understood that if those people are just come by themselves like that, if they are just come by themselves like that to acquire land here, it would have been hard. Because first of all,
Yeah, but
nobody knew them, and
Kedo,
nobody knew them. And secondly,
no, Kedo, that was back in the days
yeah.
when the world wasn't open. I'm talking about in today's day and age, where there's freedom of movement. People move around. There are Liberians that live here in America that have homes. People, no one is saying they don't have roots here. There are people, Lebanese in Africa, who have homes and stuff like that. So people, pretty much all the markets are open for people to have freedom of movement, right? So do you
Yeah.
think just because the idea that you are given, they don't have no roots, that's that, this and that, but if it's their property, do you,
No, I'm not.
is
I'm
that
not. I'm not
grounds?
calling them
Hold on.
bastards. I
No,
never call them bastards.
I'm just using like your own phrases. I'm just saying, do you think the uh stuff you are saying, that is grounds to take someone's property from them? Oh, hold on. Hey, Louis, I don't know. Your device is not connecting. You might want to check your internet, Louis. I see you, but it's not connecting. I don't know what it is. You might want to check. So that's all I'm asking. I'm saying people are like free, right? The markets are open and stuff like that. hold on, someone wrote, he said, land was probably loaned, leased from the Gambian deceased wife family. Well, I mean, even if that's the case, the
But you know,
way they
Afro
went.
Damas, Afro
Hold on.
Damas,
Let me
people,
respond to this. Yeah, even if it was leased on all that, that's not how it's done. Like, you don't just come and set the guy up and put them in jail. You know, like, I mean, he's got children who are Gambians too. You know, I'm speaking from experience because they've tried doing this to even me. They thought I wasn't from there. So I'm just highlighting to show like that African system is very unfair. No society can work based in lies and injustice because you can't. This is not justifiable. I mean, sorry guys, but you can't justify somebody's, you know, like, I mean, the person can be whatever they want in their own compound. You know, it belongs to them. I mean, whether they are part of the tribe or not, like the land is theirs. Because the law doesn't say you got to be part of a tribe to own the land. You see?
yeah, the main reason I'm saying this thing is because I just don't want them to live there as foreigners. That's all. The thing is, that's the problem. Even in Liberia today, the thing is, I'm not speaking just based on mere abstract thinking, like to say I'm trying to speculate. I'm speaking based on history that I know. That's the reason why you see Liberia have the problem that you have today. I have lots of American Liberian friends. I tell them that the only reason is the only way this problem will be solved is when you show the part of is the lineage that you are from here. That is the only way, because you cannot go to a large family and say that you are a member of that family, but you don't show the main lineage that you are from in that family. People will accept you. If the people drive you out, that is bad. I'm against that. And I'm not calling anybody bastard. I don't want anybody to attack me to say I'm insisting to or insulting anybody. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I love the African diaspora. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to share idea in a way that we can all learn to help each other out. So what I suggest is that if you go to a large family, you need to show, because if the people accept you one way or the other, even if they accept you, if you do not have a specific good person there that you show that you have on that lineage, you will always look like stranger. That will be a problem. I show you there will always be problem. Yes, that is the problem that we have in Liberia today. Yes, the American Liberians are still the foreigners here today, even up to they have almost
What
like
happened?
200 years now. They are still the foreigners here. Nobody is against them or telling them to go. We will not do that. In fact, if anybody try to do that, we will even go against them. We'll phone go and fight against those people. But what I'm trying to say is to help them, because since they are our African brothers and sisters, to make things easier so that they cannot look like strangers among us, they need to show the lineage that they are from to make things better, so we can have better understanding. For them to not look like strangers among us.
But
But I'm against people taking their land.
again,
I'm
hold,
against
hold
people
on,
taking
hold
their
on,
land.
hold on, Kedo.
Yes.
Maybe you missed the beginning that what I was talking about. Okay, I'm saying here that these people are facing problems because they are immersing themselves into the African society because they want to be one and the same as the society. That's what this man did. He married a woman there, he got children, he sat there. So that answered your question. So, if the person took the time, everybody knew him, is part of the community. So since that's your criteria, he's done all that, and yet that did not save him. What do you say to that?
What I say to that is it depends on the culture, right? Like most African culture is just a
Okay,
few culture. It's just a
okay.
few African culture that go by mother's lineage. I'm coming now, Afro Damas, just give me a chance. It's just a few culture that go by mother's lineage, like in Ghana, but most African
No,
culture
but
go by
if
the
it's your
paternal lineage.
hold on.
So
If
they
it's
got
your
to know, and
property,
people, eh?
if it's your property, who cares what mother lineage? And it's your
No, 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 no,
property.
no. I'm not against Afro Damas. We are talking the same thing. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm against people taking their property. I'm with you.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring in Kwame. Kwame, welcome to the Afridamus report.
Hey, peace to the panel. I don't want to be long-winded. I wanted to first address one thing you guys said.
Go
You
ahead.
said that Pan Africans never addressed the
Injustice.
trans-Saharan slave
Yes,
trade.
slave trade, Arab slave trade.
Yeah, but that's not true. You have John Henry Clark that extensively addressed the trans-Saharan
Yeah, he's
slave
done
trade.
lectures. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people that are running around Africa, you know, uh, in this day and age. I mean, I want us to. I get that most Pan African conversations or African conversation always goes back to, long time history, but um, let's just forget those times. We stick with today, because today the world is open. Africans can go to places and buy properties just like other people can. So
Right.
let's speak on today. um let's say on the topic here. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think for the most part, the only way Africa could be saved at this point is the diaspora. If I'm listening to Kidola basically saying that, if you don't come from a certain tribe in that region or nation, that is justifiable for people to take your land and stuff like that. We can't use these Bronze Age ideologies that's outdated. We're in 2025. We have free trade. We have a bunch of things. So that primitive Bronze Age thinking and tribalistic thinking is not gonna evolve Africa into a first world continent. As you could listen to the guy from Liberia, and he's referring to people from the diaspora as foreigners. I never hear Africans speak about the Lebanese coming in. I don't think Africans asking them, do they have any tribal connection to Senegal or Gambia or any parts of West Africa where Lebanese people are dominating the economy. I don't hear Africans speaking, hey, what are you, a Wolof, or are you a Saninke that's coming from Lebanon, or the small hats, or any Europeans that reside in West Africa. So I think it's very disingenuous to basically say we have to take ancestry tests, we have to be from a Wolof or Soninke tribe to achieve certain goals in Africa. And the more we think these primitive, outdated Bronze Age ideology is the reason why Africa would stay undeveloped. And at this point, the only hope is the diaspora that's coming with elite mentality and a globalistic mentality to come and save Africa. But
So
I
so
land my
Kwa-
plane.
so Kwame, what do you think about what I was saying, that okay, instead of people feeding Pan Africans, acknowledging the concept that people hold, right? Like, acknowledging it and coming as a group, or studying, like you said, the Lebanese or the other people living there peacefully, right? Doing their thing. Don't you think the Western, Pan Africans should practice the same thing instead of just amassing themselves? Because it seems like when you're doing your own thing, you tend to be left alone.
Right. Right. I could agree with that. I could agree with that.
All right, let's bring in St. James or Bang. Who came first?
I wasn't really watching, but I don't mind going first if you want.
Oh, go for it.
Bro, there was a little somebody was referring to me as they were hearing somebody else's opinion, and I believe that was the guy that talked before me. I want to make it clear. So when you listen to someone, that's their opinion. St. James has his own opinion. I can stand on my own. So don't refer to somebody's opinion as mine. Never, ever. Please don't do that again. So, Alphadamus,
Right.
the situation that happened in the Gambia shouldn't have happened. You know, like we said, if you come to Africa, you buy your land, that's your land. You know, if you didn't cheat anybody and you put your name on it and you have ownership of it, that's your land. So that should be the end of the story. So whatever happened to that guy is it shouldn't have happened. If we had the right system in place, it shouldn't have happened. That's unfortunate, and some of our people on the continent are still practicing certain things that shouldn't
that's not making us proud as Africans, and I don't stand for that. I don't agree with it, and I hope things get better for him, and he gets to keep his land and move on with his life. That's what I hope for.
Yeah, but they put him in prison.
Yeah,
Got his
yeah, because
dreadlocks
of what?
off.
Because of the sick, what he had, or what?
Huh?
Because he was smoking, or what happened?
No, they said like they set him up. They came there, they
Yeah.
searched him out, found only one joint. My point is, it's like some of these laws. Let's be real, the way they act, like compared to the rest of the world, this is barbaric and
Right,
backwards.
right,
And to be honest, we gotta call it out, like
right.
because
Yeah, we gotta call
like
it out. But I want to
yeah,
make it. I want to make it. Let's be honest. If weed is not legal in your country, you shouldn't be smoking publicly. I don't know where he was
no, he
smoking.
wasn't. He wasn't smoking. He
Right,
was sitting in his home,
right,
his own compound.
right.
They said him because they want they said
Yeah,
they've always
yeah.
been trying to get half of his land. Even if he was
Right.
doing that, like
Hmm.
if one joint in Gambia, you don't go to the
Right.
prison for
It's
that.
based on the law that's is in the book.
No,
They should,
but they're
they
not
should have.
they're not going by the law. The
Right, right, right.
person,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. The law on the book should have applied to him correctly. Like,
yeah. So
yeah.
the point I'm making is
Hmm.
right because we live in the 21st century.
Right,
The world is open,
right.
and why do this stuff should openly be happening to people, whether it's pan-africanist or not,
Hmm.
like I mean that's harsh.
It is very harsh. It is
Yeah,
very harsh because, like,
and it's cruel. It's
yeah,
cruel.
Ola and Kato, they were saying something. Although I don't agree with everything, but I'm just saying, like, African system prey on you when you are at your weakness.
Mhm.
They prey on you if you don't have backing. That maybe that's what they were
Yeah.
trying to explain, but I understand that. So maybe they were trying to tell others, like, you gotta have the backing, you have to have a support system on the land where you decide to live. And that guy, to my understanding, he has one. He had a wife and children, so he has he's well founded in the community. I don't know why this happened to him, but I do believe, yeah,
Because he's not, because they're
yeah.
looking at him like he's not
Mhm.
from there.
Right. And
That's
this is
what it is. And for me, that's what
mhm.
I'm saying. Because what if, because African, especially from Gambia, people love traveling, going to other countries.
Right.
What if people apply the same hand?
Right. It's not, yeah, us living in America, we should make sure those kind of conversation are well handled. We have property here, we have we have assets here,
Right.
and we would like the same for other people going to our land, own it, honestly own it, don't cheat anybody the same way we do it here. Everybody should be fine wherever they're going. So those kind of conversation, we have to make sure people in Africa and here understands that. We don't stand for people getting sniffed out of the property in Africa. That's not what we stand for. Let's not do that. Let's be honest about it. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about
So
fairness. That's all.
after that,
I'm all
so
about fairness.
Yeah.
after
Justice.
that,
No.
let me tell you.
Yeah.
Everybody will have their own opinion. Some might disagree with me on this issue, but I'll tell you for a fact, until the diaspora does this particular thing that I see, there will always be problem. Trust me. Just hear my word
Hold on,
today.
hold on.
They will have to
Kato,
do this thing
Kato,
I see. Yeah,
Kato.
yeah.
I don't think you get where what I'm talking about here. What you're
I
talking.
know the
Hold on,
topic.
hold
I
on,
know the
hold on,
topic. I
hold
know
on.
the topic is not
No,
circled
no,
around
no,
this,
no,
right?
no.
I'm just
Hold on, Kato. I'm trying to make people understand that, like, the rest of the world, I mean, like, Africans are getting treated with just fairness here in America, okay, other places.
And Europe.
So, and
but they are
Europe,
but they are viewed as foreigners. They are viewed as foreigners there.
Keto, here in America, for example, right? No one's gonna come and they're gonna take my properties that I bought, just simply
Okay,
saying I'm not originally from here. Like, no courts would go for that. That's
that's true.
illegal. That's
That's
illegal.
true.
So why isn't this illegal in that society? That's my point. This is not
That's
humane.
true. They wouldn't
Do
take your
you hold
property,
on,
but they will
hold on,
still view
hold
you as
on,
foreigner. There are
hold
still
on.
ways they treat you the foreigner, even
So
though they don't take your
hold on,
property.
hold on, hold on. So Kato, if someone is a foreigner, you're supposed to treat them bad.
Kato just don't. He just
No,
don't get it.
no,
He got a
no, no,
primitive
no,
mind.
no, no.
So
I'm not
why
saying
you
treat
keep
the person
so
bad.
what so why you keep talking about them being foreigners? Like,
Let
so
me tell
that
you,
would mean hold on, hold on, hold on.
we
So Kato, this is not looking good on what the concept you're presenting. So you are saying what you are saying is then Africans don't have the concept of being able to treat people who are not from them as human beings and with respect and fairness. Do you see how
no.
terrible that would be if
That
other
is not what
people
I'm
do the
trying to
same?
say either.
Then what?
That's not what I'm trying to say either.
Then what are you
Let
saying?
me
You
tell you.
kept. Then why
I'm
say they are
against. I'm
foreigners?
against. I am like I said today. I'm against Africans treating foreigners bad. What I'm mainly trying to say is they will not have the same equal privileges. One way or the other, you will always have somebody from that group that will always rise up. Even in the white nations, white people
That's
do this to other
primitive.
white
No, no,
people.
no, 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 no,
No,
no, no, no.
other no white.
Kato,
Do
Kato,
you know that white
Kato,
people
Kato,
do
you
it to
had an
other white people?
African
I can
president
give
of
you
the United
instances.
States of
hold
America.
on, Kato,
That's
Kato,
I can
Kenyan
Kato.
give you
descent.
instances.
Hold
White
on,
people
hold on,
do it to other white people. I can give you instances.
Kato, Kato, Kato.
Yes.
What you are
I'm
saying?
not saying that you
Hold on, hold on,
treating
hold on,
foreigner bad is
Kato.
wrong. That is
Hold
I'm
on, hold
against
on,
that.
Kato. That's primitive. The world is way beyond this. Like people should be able. These territories need to be
Let me tell
open.
you,
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on,
care
hold
how
on,
modern
hold
things
on,
get.
hold
There
on,
is
hold on,
certain basic
Kato,
things in life that don't change. I don't care how modern the
Kato,
world get. There are certain
Kato.
basic things in life that don't
Hold on,
change.
hold on, Kato. The world, right, and those territories need to be free and open to anyone that can come and buy. They need to be open. It has to be a fair market, like open, and people need to be secure. If they put their money into places, it needs to be secure. This concept is not good. Let's bring in Bang. Bang, welcome to the Afridamus Report. Bang, unmute yourself.
Yeah. Sorry, man. My bad. How y'all doing?
Man, are you
Can you hear me?
in a fight over there?
No. I was listening to something.
Okay.
Cause I got like a lot of phones, man. So sometimes I alternate.
Were you even paying attention?
Yeah, I heard most of the things that you said, like doing your opening.
Okay.
Yeah, about the guy in Gambia and stuff like that. The elder, because he was a 70-year-old man. He was
Yeah.
a Rasta, and then he went to jail for a one stick or something like that for weed.
Yeah.
And then he couldn't they couldn't release him and stuff like that. And then how you played the other audio and stuff, and then you said that white people treat you know black people better. White supremacy treat black people better than black supremacy,
Yes.
which I disagree, and I agree in a different way as well. I'll give you a story, right? Because back home, land is not a joke. I don't care how long you've been in that country, you from that country. Land is not a joke in Africa. I had a cousin of mine. She purchased a land, right? And my other uncle. So then he purchased the land real cheap years ago. So then all of a sudden the land became, super value after like 20 years or almost 25 years later. So then she went to court, and then the court was taking all day. And then my uncle as well. The only reason why he got the land back is because of his brother was the what do you call it, the police chief or something like that. I forgot how they call it. If it wasn't for that, he would have never got that land. And then my cousin, his case took like a couple years for her to get the land. She had to beg my uncle for him to step in. So basically what I'm trying to say is, if we did not have authority within the government, then that would have been gone, completely gone.
So it's not a fair. That's my point. It's an unjust
No,
system.
it is.
It's
But at the same
unjust.
time,
So what I'm saying is, yeah, you're proving that point that blacks get fair justice in the white system than in the black system. You just proved it.
No. But let's be honest with ourselves. If you're gonna say that, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's not act like as if in America, like people haven't gone to jail for like a stick of weed. It's been happening for years. It's just not the last couple of years. Like right now in DC, right? Let me tell you something. In DC, if I go down within the federal government building, right, or anywhere like close to the like Constitution of Pennsylvania Avenue, right? If I'm smoking weed, technically the federal government has the right to lock me up. Has the right to lock me up.
So bang,
let's say
bang,
for instance,
bang,
let's say for
bang,
instance, right?
bang,
Okay,
bang,
hold on.
bang, hold on, bang. Show me the story that I presented, like this guy in his case, and you've heard what Cato is saying and stuff.
No, I got
hold on. In America, who do you know that this happened to them just simply because they consider them foreigner? Just simply for that.
Because they consider them, foreigner. That's not the case. The case is, to me, the issue is they trying to take the man's land.
Okay, so again, give me an example that you've seen of this happening to someone here.
Let me give you an example of someone that I know of, right? His father has a land somewhere in Virginia, right? Real big, next to water and stuff like that, right? His father is in his probably like almost late 80s and stuff like that. So the state of Virginia wanted to conversate the property. So then what they did was they come up with a bunch of different charges, a bunch of unnecessary tax and stuff like that, right? So this man had to get a lawyer as well. So he had to spend extra money, because if he didn't, let's just say you didn't have the money, right? You were just somewhere, occupied with some other things, or you invested money somewhere and then it went bad, right?
Okay, did someone, like, let's say the mayor or whoever, around there set something up because he want to take the land, have police come in and tell them he smokes weed, and then they search him, found one joint, and take him straight to prison? Straight to prison? Because you're saying taxes. Maybe this guy gotta pay for taxes. Pay taxes.
They already knew the man smoked. And then plus he's a Rasta.
Okay, but what I'm saying, hold on. You brought the whataboutism. Like, did this person you said had to go pay taxes, right?
Yes, what I'm trying to say.
Okay, that's not the same as this. If you owe taxes, you gotta pay. No, he doesn't owe taxes. This guy, they put him straight in prison.
You're missing the whole point. We already know how Africa works. We already know authority have too much power. They can do anything to you. That's just how it works. We already know that.
Okay. So does that mean, is that right?
No, it's not right. Absolutely not. But
then you're proving my point. Like in the white supremacist system, they give you hold on.
It's only African thing.
No. Hold on.
It's everywhere around this world.
Hold on.
It's just addressed in a different way.
Hold on. What you just explained. You are saying that the guy, the anecdotal example you gave, it sounds like, they, owe some taxes. They didn't just come and grab his land or put him in jail. He was informed, given opportunity, to take lawyer and fight it. This guy was removed. They even took bribe, a prosecutor that took the bribe, even when, she realized some people know about it, sent him straight, not jail, but prison. Do you understand how corrupt that is, how crazy that is? Like, that's literally crazy.
Okay.
That's a jungle.
Before you jump in and then interrupt me as well. Just like I just said, right? In Western world, it's the same ideology. It's just a different method of trying to take somebody else's property. Let's just say you live in a community, right? Okay, you live in a community, right? You have empty land over there and then empty this and that. You have one building, right? You trying to get rid of these people, right? You understand me, right? So then you could build some type of fancy, a community, right? So then you need to get rid of these people, right? So what you do, you probably talk to the some local governor or mayor that's in charge, right? You slide money under the table. Are you giving money like do the campaign, right? That's technically bragging. I mean, lobbying in a different form. The guy and then you then send someone to the office, right? You say, look, I help get an office, right? This is what I want you as a
Ben, do
return.
you have proof of
Oh,
any of this?
that's just happen. It's happening everywhere. Come on, don't be
No.
surprised. As
Do
in,
you
stuff like
have?
no
Do
land
you
grabbing.
have? Do you
Land
have
grabbing is
proof?
what people do by nature. No matter where you at, land
Well,
grabbing is what people do by nature.
Pan Africans. Also, hold
You
on, hold
started
on,
you
hold on,
started to
hold on,
show. You said the
hold on.
man never had a paper. The man never had a paper.
No, I didn't say that. I was saying,
But what I've
if
heard,
you go
the
there,
land was
make
given to him
sure.
by
Hold
free.
on, hold on, hold on. If you have, if they give you land, make
You're
sure
not
you
allowing me
have the
to explain it.
documents. No, I'm trying to correct what I said. I said make sure you do all the paperwork. I mean, hey, Pan Africans, those of you that are super Pan, I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening about the concept here. Continue, Bang.
I mean, first of all, right? If somebody give you a land, you're supposed to, even if it's free, you're supposed to have a paper, and
Well,
especially
he
in
obviously
size like that,
he have
you're
paper. That's
supposed to
why
have
they
a
call
paper.
it his land.
You're supposed to have a paper. Now, let's come to the an American concept of land grabbing in a different form, right?
No, but bang, that would confuse us. I mean,
No, but you
because no,
no. But you
hold on,
said, hold on.
bang,
You said it the
bang.
way you
We're
said it. No,
talking. Hold
listen.
on, bang. You are getting us out of the topic. We want to focus on Africa, where this is the Pan African. When it comes to to justice, so clearly, right? What this right here, what the concept you are explaining, that's my whole point. There is no concept of justice. That's my point I'm making. I
You
mean, you
finish?
talking about America,
No,
like
the
you,
reason
you
why
say
I brought
everywhere. That doesn't count.
academics, you don't want to attach it to white supremacy. So that's why I had to
Yes,
bring it up. You put the topic to prove that what the Gambian justice system is doing is completely wrong and it's unfair. But then you want to attach it to white supremacy.
I
You
say
don't want
white
to put it
supremacy in
overseas.
in a
Not
white.
me.
Okay,
Now
give
hold on.
me. Hold on. You gave an example, right?
No, academics,
Hold on,
you see,
hold on. Calm down, calm down. You gave an example, and that example didn't match. It's not the same case. You don't know anybody who you know that this has happened to.
academics, academics, please. You act like corporations don't grab lands from people, man. What are you trying to say?
Oh,
I'll give you another example. Okay, like for instance, in DC they develop everywhere, right? Okay, so you have a building or apartment, right? That people used to live in, right? Okay, and then somebody comes and buy out the wherever that was living in it, right? And then they want to get rid of the people that's in it. So what they do, they don't fix the plumbing system. They don't fix the air conditioner. They don't fix that. They let the building just destroy itself, right? And then people complain. So eventually, a lot of people move out the building. So then that's a concept of you trying to grab land, the building itself, because you want to develop the land. So you're doing it in another way. In Africa now, they just physically take it away from you. They just physically take it away from you. That's the
Ben,
same
did you
concept.
miss the part about this man's story?
No, I heard most of it because you said he was in Gambia for like 30 years and stuff like that, and then the land was given to him by the individual that's trying to take the land back from him because he got the land from his father. I heard that part for sure, and I heard how he went to jail and stuff like that, and then how they cut his hair and stuff like that. But
Uh,
if you're gonna compare it to that and stuff like that and say, oh, like look how Africans behave to their own people that's black as well, but then where's the unity and stuff like that? But then you gotta judge the people that's in charge of position of law. That's who you question, not the average person, because the people that create the law, they are the ones who are responsible how the law is being implemented. Just like in America, if I have money If I have like millions of dollars, you just the average American, you can't sue me. It's almost impossible for you to sue me. Because you know why? I'm gonna make sure my lawyer keep writing until you go broke.
So
That's
how
another form of
how
me
people
using the
sue
system.
Walmart and McDonald's and all these top corporations
No,
and win
Yeah,
them?
that's another form of me making sure you go
I think
broke. Because
Afrodamus,
I'm gonna have my lawyer make sure that keep replying until you surrender, until you can't be your lawyer no more. That's part of the same thing. But at the end of the day, if you go to Africa, understand how Africa works. Because
Afrodamus, I
land
think
grabbing is something legit. I have
Afrodamus,
issue right now with land back home.
uh,
It's
Afro-
something else, man.
Afrodamus, think United States land is a government land, so they have all the documents. It's will be set up by the white people that came to that place. For this kind of things not to happen, so all the land belongs to the government and where they stay, the local government, and not the real the people.
No, I mean, no,
So
the land belongs
yeah,
to
but
people.
yeah, but
People own the land here.
yeah, but people owns the land. But if you want to buy it, they have already paperwork at demarcation where your land is. What is how many years you can allow to own it? You pay property tax
But
on it.
Ola, they have a system there too. I mean, I
Yeah,
own lands there.
yeah,
They have
but
land offices. Everything is, it's documented too.
Yeah,
It's the
Afrodamus,
same
yes,
thing.
yeah.
you act like Africans don't steal land. Come on,
Afrodamus, let
Afrikaners,
us
man.
be.
That's very
Afrodamus, let
common.
us be
It don't matter if
honest.
the guy be there for like, oh, like my mom. Let me tell you this, right? My mom purchased about 40 acres somewhere in Sierra Leone. So during this time, it was cheap, right? So the current president, because my people are
But
not
man,
necessarily.
did you not hear what I said happened to this man?
I heard but Afrikaners, this is common in Africa. Politicians are too powerful. They do what they want. My father right now has to go and beg the government not to take the land. You know who wants the land? Some foreigner. That's not an African. It was a foreigner that went in and it paid my current government to take the land from my mom. It was a 40 acres. My mom purchased it about probably like 20 years ago. So this idea of, to me, I judge the leadership. The leadership set the agenda. And then the average person became just like you know what I'm saying, like the average, politician. If you have criminals in charge.
Is your mom, hold on, is your mom a Ghanaian?
No, my mom's from Sierra Leone.
And where did he buy the land?
In Sierra Leone.
If where in somewhere's territory or where? In his own territory?
It's like acres. It's like it's not even in the bush side, not even close. It's about probably like 40 minutes away from the city as well. Because when a place has been developed, right? What you have foreigners that's looking to steal land. So what they do is now they go to these governments and they give them money behind the table, and as a return now they put pressure on you to try to steal your land. So it depends how well you are connect within your own country. Country in Africa, the more connected you are, the more difficult it is. My mom is in America.
But the truth of the matter is, in Africa, individual owns lands. This has always been. That's why
she got the paper. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, I understand.
She got
what
the paper.
what Afrodamus is saying now, bang. Let me just tell you the truth is this: Africans have become more aware. I don't know how this guy owns this land. Possibility, the white father might be given to him.
No, it has not. No. This man owned this land before he even married this woman. That's what I'm telling you. This guy. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My mind is blown for real. Like, this is scary. My mind is actually blown.
Yeah, Afrodamus. The truth matter is the way FBA is be shouting in this internet, is sorting the Africans, right? Let me just take things that play into these things also. You see, this telephone is like a TV in your pocket. Nearly every Africans have it in their hands, right? Way back, our people are not coming back to tell us how they will be treated in the United States by some of these blacks, because there's no proof and they don't even say nothing about it. You understand me? Now, you sit on the internet, all these black Americans, they continue insulting Africans as part of their trending. If they want to trend and get views, They just start insulting Africans for a very long time.
FBA is a French group.
Forget that too, my
43
brother. We
million
don't.
people
No,
don't identify as
people,
FBA in
you
America.
have to make a video to encounter them.
Ah, come on,
You
man.
understand me?
FBA's, man.
You get, because Africans.
Wait, Ola, are you you're blaming FBA for this?
Yes, yeah, because
No,
you know what I'm saying.
Hold
It,
on, man, you taking it
Afro-Damos,
too
you know
far.
what I'm
You taking
saying
it
it,
too far,
right?
man.
I don't see people who live with people who live. Some people who live with people for about 31 years. Is with this community, they live together over there. Out of the blue, right? They just say, no, okay, you, who the hell are you again? Oh, now we remember you're Black American. It might be just a little boy. It might be 90 years old boy, but saw something. You say, man, Pop, these people don't really like us.
But Ola,
People
do you think he's the guy just because the area is now expensive and he sees money, he tried to take
Yeah,
it?
it's
I don't think that guy knows anything about FBA.
but
I can guarantee he's never seen
but
anything
it doesn't.
about them.
If you check it YouTube, both old women, old men of about 70, 80, women of about 70 something, if they want to start making money, through these things, just go down to Africa. Africans are not like us.
Yeah, but this guy is not on YouTube. He don't make no video. He's lived there 31 years. He had children. He has children.
Yeah, but
I mean,
Afro-Damos, let me tell you, I have a property where I'm still in Lagos, right? I still have paid homage to the Oba of this territory. You know what I'm saying? But you know why? Because I fused myself towards him. When this festivity period, I will buy this Oba drinks, pay my homage towards him in Christmas, just to recognize. I didn't buy the land. I didn't buy the community. I bought into the community, right? So I'm still a guest. You see what I'm saying? So due to their gesture, and I have to behave well there. Even when it's an estate, I still have to respect the people that owns that territory.
So no Africans should be citizens in America or Europe then. By your logic and your standards and criteria,
but that is a European standard,
Africans
right?
are foreigners to America and Western countries, they shouldn't own no land. They shouldn't own no businesses. Just like if you feel like foreigners shouldn't own no land, no businesses, nothing in Africa, and they just guess, then you're a guest in Western countries.
Although the Lebanese you see
in Africa, right? Can I answer that shortly, please?
Hold on. Let me finish. The Lebanese you see in Africa, they still have to pay. It's the culture. So anyway, they still have to pay homage to the original people of that territory.
Yeah, but Ola, this man, even if you go in the chat, so many people, he's well known in the community. He helps out, even though he's a vegetarian, a Rasta man, right? When it's time for their, Eid, the Muslim festival, he would even buy ram, and kill it for the neighbors. Like he's well integrated in this society. He has, he was married. He married a woman, for a long time that passed away. They had children. How long does it?
So if he's 71 years old and got children, I would like to know where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children?
In the United States.
Oh, they're in the United States. Okay.
Yes.
Afro-Damos, who's taking this land from him? Who is taking this land from him?
They said the Alcalo,
who's Alcalo?
When you go to like a village, like the village head there, so the father of the Alcalo was the one that gave the guy a land. And back in the days, and even now, that's normal. Some of these places, remote places you go to, they would give you land. They would give you land.
So the new Akalo now, this is a younger guy now.
Yes, at the time when he was.
Yeah, now he said, I want my father's land back.
No, he want half of it, but he knows he can't get it. So I think this is his way of setting him up so he can go to prison, discourage him, and get it so that he can leave.
Yeah, Afro-Damos, if the land is too big and heavily,
look, Ola, me that's speaking here, like my land that I bought, the people, they're
they have their eyes on it. They're saying it's big. So you guys, is your concept is scaring me. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm coming now.
This
Wait, Afrodamus,
Afrodamus,
please. Wait, I'm
no, this
coming.
is
wait,
I want to say something, please.
hold
Please,
on, guys.
I'm coming. Mr.
Kedo,
Kidola,
Kedo,
I want to say
hold on.
something, please.
Kedo, you gotta stop interrupting, please. Just wait for your turn.
let me tell
No,
you
what I'm saying is the reality is, right? This concept is scary. I'm not gonna lie, because I know, because what you guys are saying, like, if there are people who right now, as we speak, I bought it. Okay, they are saying my land, one person shouldn't have all this land, but I bought it. So Africans need to stop putting their eyes on other people's land. Like, this is wrong.
I understand why you're still there, because you're from that place, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine, but I'm just saying, I'm just speaking for people.
You speak the
People who don't.
language.
Yeah.
You speak the language. You know their mentality. You project. You give it back the mentality that they give you back. You understand me?
This don't look good for Africa. None of this look good for
based
Africa.
on that is good, but
no, because I'm speaking in terms of what fairness is.
Fairness
because
is
I know, like, for example, here in the United States, how much work people have to do. Like, these people coming. Okay, let's fine. Sometimes these Pan-Africans might be saying goofy stuff, whatever. That's their right. But if they bought the property, I know how much work they put in here to buy it, only for somebody to fix their eyes on it, and conspire and take it from them. I mean, that's just wrong.
It's not only in Gambia that is happening.
Yeah, but it's still, yeah, I get it, but that's still, again, that's why we gotta talk about it.
Yes.
And rid people of the mindset. Like, it's a poor mindset. It's not good.
Yeah, but it's not only in Gambia. Even in Nigeria, happened a lot, whereby the new king will come into power, will say, I don't understand all these kind of signatures. I don't think my father signed this. And then you come and rebuy it, or they cut part of it to maybe to do something. You understand me? But what I'm trying to say is, but still, people still able to negotiate and use the skills. That's what I said, because the land in Africa is being owned by individual and family and tribe.
Yeah, the individual that
can I
owned
speak
it
next? Can I speak
gave
next
it.
after Kiddo?
Okay, yeah. The individual gave it, Ola, if imagine I give you a car, like, I was like, hey, Ola, this is take the car, right? Do you think, it would make sense for, like, my son to come later, and, I'm the one that gave it to you, and my son tried to take it from you?
Yeah, after that, I know this will happen in Gambia, because the way what call that family again, the banks, what they call themselves again, the huge land those people bought.
Yeah,
right?
look, I spoke about the bag. There was somebody telling me, like, when I was there, this guy, they were like, yeah, that one American guy, like, the bag. He's like, yeah, that guy, he's got that land he got is way too big. We're gonna take it from him. I was like, what? I said, but he bought it. They're like, no, we're not gonna allow these blacks to come in here and take our land. I was like, he didn't. Even me, they saying I took the land. I didn't take it. I bought it. I'm just telling you guys the truth here. What you guys are saying, this is being applied to me as well. This is a terrible. These people are jealous. These people are. Hold on. These people are dangerously jealous. This is bad. This is what's keeping these countries the way they are. Like, this is not right. I'm sorry, guys, but this is inhuman. This is evil. Like, I mean,
Afrodamus, you live in America, right?
Right.
Can you imagine you buy a home in America and some white man come to your land and say, you know what? You're not an Anglo-Saxon. You don't descend from the people from Europe. So you're a foreigner. So you know what we gonna do? We gonna take half of this land because you're a foreigner.
Yeah,
this is the mindset
crazy.
and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a Pan-African, But this type of ideology and Bronze Age primitive mindset, it would fuel FBAs. This type of mindset fuels FBAs. When you have people on this panel basically, agreeing that, what, you're an outsider, you're a foreigner, you shouldn't own no land or no businesses in Africa. Most of these people on the panel, they reside in the West. So imagine if Kidola, wherever he's at, he's in his home, they kick in his door and say, you know what, you're a foreigner, get out, this is our land now. These people will be crying in the court, crying to the Supreme Court. Oh, they violated my rights. But they want to justify people from the diaspora going to Africa and basically say, hey, you're not a Wolof, you're not a Soninke, so you should have less rights, even if you bought the land right out. And this type of thinking, it can be, progressive for the 21st century. Maybe if we was in, 5,000 BCE, this could have been acceptable. But we're in 2025. This type of ideology and thinking
Where
is
you
what,
from?
what leave Africa
So I'm
behind
coming.
in the Stone
Where
Age.
you from? Where you from?
Wait, I'm coming. Wait, I'm coming. Afro Diamonds, I wanted to talk today.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
yeah.
I keep talking. I'll be right back. I gotta
All
take a
right.
call. Go
So
ahead. Go ahead.
all right. Yeah. So I really wish that we can have a time that we sit and give each other a chance to talk and clear what I want to say, because there's something I want to reach to, but if I'm obstructed, I will not finish what I want to say. The reason why I said I was talking those things today is because, let me give an example. You see, a family member. I don't care what you are. If you are from a particular family, you need to care for your other family member, right? Especially if you know you are related to that person. And a tribe is an extension of a family. So in Africa, we have had issues like that, even in my country, Liberia. That's why you see, I don't want to call those tribes name before I have few problems, right? There are some in Liberia and in Guinea. I know of history of some tribes that have conquered other tribes' land because they allow those people to come into that place and they share equal rights, and those people took advantage of land and took their land. So, and let me tell you today, the way I don't care what you do, the way you and the way your family member care for you. I know another man can care for you, highly, but another man, everybody, we are all responsible to our close relatives, regardless of it being an ethical thing to be caring for people who are not your relative, who are not your close relative. But it is ethical to be responsible to your what, like, to your close relatives. So every one of your close relatives is your responsibility. So if you have your son, and somebody come to your place, even if you're adopting a child for that matter, it I wouldn't go that far to take the long time. But the thing is, that's how tribe is. A tribe is an extension of a family. So if I have my land and you are coming to my territory,
Yeah,
and if
tribalism
I'm
don't
not
work in
careful,
2025 anymore.
I'm coming, and kept give me a chance. I'm coming. This was how the Jewish people solve it. This was how the Europeans solve it. This, I'm giving you example how people solve it. For example, you can have. That's why you see when people come to Africa. That's why you see Africans don't have a problem with integration. That's why you see the Ghanaians were having problem with that Igbo man, the Igbo king, and
No,
other
Africa don't
Nigerians
have a
never have
problem with
problem with it.
Lebanese and
The
other
problem is, I'm coming, and no,
Europeans.
no, 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 no. Those people are still viewed as foreigners. But the problem is, if I am against another man coming to my territory and me treating him like, treating him bad, I'm against it. I would never treat a foreigner bad. In fact, if I sell a land to another man who is not of my tribe, who is not of my people, I would never take that land from him. But the understanding I want he and myself to have is, if the thing is, there is certain thing called heritage and legitimacy. If he is a member of my tribe, it means that he is not just coming as a foreigner I'm selling land to. It means that he's coming to claim his rightful land, to claim what rightfully belongs to him as member of that family.
So by your logic,
Yeah.
the people, the Liberians that live in the West, any Europeans could just come into their home and say, you know what? This is my land. This is my tribal land, and you got to get out. And that should be justified.
No,
across the
no,
board.
no. That was not what I was saying. You never understood me. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how. Even every European who's hearing me, if I go to your land, first of all, I'm not fighting to be treated equal in your land. I'm not a pro and diversity equality. How do
Every
you call that?
American citizen got equal
Yeah.
rights in this country.
I am not. I am not. I am not
Foreigners
pro.
or native
I'm
born
coming.
have
I'm
equal
coming.
rights, and that's a part of the
I'm coming.
Constitution. Equal
I am not pro
protection clause.
DEI. I'm coming. No, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not pro DEI. For me, if I come to your land, I'm not pro
DEI
DEI
had
because I
nothing to
know
do with
that is
the
the land
Constitution.
of your children's heritage. That land is for you and your children. What I want is I just want you to treat me good so that if I get a land for you, do not discriminate against me because I'm not from a place. But I'm not trying to be equal to you and your children because that place your land. Let me tell you today, if we don't have those laws, the earth will be a confused place.
So
Because first of
essentially,
all,
we should bring back Jim Crow laws. We should bring
So
back Jim Crow
if
laws and black slave laws and denigrate black people
no,
in the
it don't have
West
anything to do
because
with
they're
this
not native
conversation.
to these
Jim Crow
lands.
law, Jim Crow. I don't know much about Jim Crow laws
hold
though.
on,
I don't
hold
know
on,
if Jim Crow law is talking
hold on, Kato,
is
hold on.
yes.
What Kato is saying here, right? This is the craziest shit. I literally dealing with someone that I bought this land, other one, on a beach, right? I bought the land and the guy, he is going around. He tried to fight me. I ended up, throwing him in jail for it, right? For a couple of days, and they let him out. This guy, like he would still say, "This is my land." I was like, "No, this is not your land," you know. So the guy, he's like, "No, you're not even from around here," blah blah. And then I knew right away what I'm dealing with. Maybe if someone from the West will not, they will be like, "Nah, what's wrong with this?" Like, I don't have to be from that area. I don't have to be related to you. If I bought it, it's mine. Like, it's
Yeah, but
mine.
yeah, I'm
Hold
not
on, hold on,
against
hold
it
on,
now. I'm
hold
not
on.
against it.
Kedo, don't interrupt me. Let me finish. If, like, I bought it, you took the money. That you took the money. Now it's mine. It's my property. So, but this guy was not getting the concept because so many are doing this. They want to take your money and they don't want to give up the land. You know, Here's what I'll tell someone: if you're buying those lands over there, like Keto mentioned, the clan thing, usually over there, the family is a lot of people. They own it together. Do not deal with only one person. Tell him the person to call everybody in their family who also have a stake in the land. Let them bring their IDs. You come to the authorities, photocopy everyone's ID front and back. Front and back. Don't let them sweet talk you. Do not do deals in just words, and because they will come and take your land. Literally. Like, look, I was standing there in court. They thought I was a black American. It blew my mind. These people are standing there justifying that we're not gonna allow this black to come and take all our land when they took my money until I spoke the language. Man, Keto, I don't know. I don't care what you're saying. This is a crazy concept. This is crazy. Like, people should
Africanos,
be.
it's not. It's not. It's not.
This is
Afrodama,
wrong.
you might be correct that you know what black people are better off under white supremacy, better
No,
off
that's not
under
true.
the
That's not true.
under living in the white man's land than to be living in some tribal primitive Bronze Age ideology where if you're not from a certain tribe, you have a right to take people land.
No,
Can you imagine if
no,
America and Europe
no.
adopt this type
I'm
of
saying if you are not getting
Keto,
tribalism?
don't
not
interrupt
getting
me.
privileges, I'm saying
Keto, the conversation is going good. Don't interrupt him, one at a time.
it was privilege I was talking about. I was not talking about
Aphrodite,
not
can
having
you
land.
imagine if this went on in America or Europe, the type of outrage, even white people would be on the streets protesting that this is not right. The mere fact that Africans can't even grasp the simple concept of equal protection of all citizens of the land, it's just mind-boggling.
You see,
Man, come on, man.
Kwame,
Come
what
on,
you are
man.
pointing, Kedo,
For
you
real?
see what, hold on, Kedo,
Man,
you
can
see
I say
what,
something, man?
hold on, Kwame, you see what, Kedo, you see what Kwame is
Kwame,
saying?
Kwame is
That's
just a
my,
liberal.
hold on, that's my whole point. People, there should be a law where everybody, is treated equally. It doesn't matter where you come from, your skin color, your religion, if land transaction is done, like this should be binding. It don't matter if you're not originally from there. Everyone should be protected under these laws.
Right, and then we have affidavits. We have to make it clear, like you said, every transaction should be binding, and it is binding on the continent of Africa. It's not, as we are talking, that is not binding on the continent of Africa. Let's not throw a blanket statement on the continent of Africa,
No,
because no,
we're
no, I'm
not
not saying you.
we're not
I'm
saying
just saying,
black,
yeah,
because
yeah,
people are saying,
yeah,
because this is happening in
right, right,
because several people have spoken.
right, and then we are
They second this
right,
idea.
and then
So
it's been
and
addressed
and and
properly,
and, and it's happened to
right,
me. Like,
right,
I know, like, people in this panel, maybe you didn't
right,
experience this, but I'm telling you,
right.
when you get your stuff and then people drag you, they think you from someplace else, you know the language,
Mm,
they thought you didn't,
right.
and the conspiracy is cooked right in front of you.
Right. I have
like like
something.
like
I
like
have
when
something.
you like if they succeeded, like, that would have effed me up. Do you guys know
No,
how
no, no.
sick and evil this is?
Yeah, I know it's evil. I know, like what everybody is saying. We have those situations on the continent. But my point is, I'm just trying to make it clear. It's not. Let's not throw a blanket statement on the continent of Africa, because we are speaking on in the Gambia, and it's happening in maybe it's happening in Burkina Faso in certain
This
countries.
happened. This happened
Yeah,
in Ghana. This happened in
right,
several African
right,
countries.
right. But people still own businesses. Foreigners own businesses. Foreigner own homes for years, decades. So it happened. So let's not negate that fact. Let's not have black Westerners come on here thinking that they can't own businesses on the continent, or they can't own homes. In fact, as we speak, they own homes and they own businesses. Let's make that clear.
Yeah,
All
but
right. I want
Senjay,
everyone
man,
to
man,
get
Senjay,
Senjay,
hold on,
understanding.
hold on,
hold
hold
on,
on, hold on. Let me
I
say
am
Senjay.
not
something because
saying
you
that
guys
I'm
have been
coming.
talking.
I want.
Kados. Let me say something, right? Let me respond to what's his name? The Kwame, something like that, right? Because it seemed like you have a personal agenda against certain African topic, right? Because when you came on this live, you say, "Oh, only the diaspora that could fix Africa because Africa are travelers and permanent people," right? Which is funny. Which is funny, and at the same time, very insulting. Very insulting. So if y'all so the ones
The
to,
truth
to
can
fix
never be
Africa, right?
disrespectful.
But
The
then
truth
y'all the
can never
same
be
ones talking
disrespectful.
about white people doing what do you call it? Neighborhood man, I forgot the word they use. Like neighborhood I forgot the word that
What,
we know
neighborhood
black people.
watch?
No. It's like when they live in certain neighborhoods, right? When the government change it and make it into white things, they call it.
Gentrification.
Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly. When they kick some of these black people out of these neighborhoods,
Bang,
they be the same
bang,
one. Hold on,
bang,
no.
bang,
This is what
bang.
Kwame.
They don't
This
kick
is what
anybody.
Kwame
People
want.
sell their homes. Who do
No,
you know
no,
they
no,
kick
no,
out?
no. It's you got to go through the details as well. Not all these things. Not all these things happen the same way. Let's be honest with ourselves. If a couple
Comparing
Westerners wants to take
justification
your
to,
land
to,
in
to
America,
tribal
they're gonna do it.
primitive
They're gonna
ideology
do it.
is like
Let's not
mind-boggling.
acting like I could pay a politician any type of amount of money. I could sponsor your campaign. I don't do it for nothing. I do it for a return. What people have to understand is, at the end of the day, the land was still taken. The only difference is the method, but the result is the same thing.
Bang,
It's the same
bang,
thing. African
bang,
method is
bang,
different.
bang,
No,
bang.
for no,
Every, hold on, bang.
hold on. For
Wait
him
a
to come out
second.
here
Hold on, bang, bang,
and open his
bang,
mouth
bang,
and all
bang.
that.
Hold on, bang.
He act like the white people did not forcibly,
Hold on,
stole land
bang.
from people
Hold
here.
on, bang, bang, bang. Here's the thing. What you're saying, a lot of areas where people eventually say is gentrified, it's not like they come in there kicking people out of their homes. It's like they get big payouts. They sell their homes. I know a neighborhood around, here where, it used to be majority, black area. A lot of those people, like especially those elders, they passed away. They, you know, passed the homes to their children. a big payout, they sell it. Nobody came and took their land. They sell it. They didn't come and set them up with a joint, and say, oh, they black, or they're not from here, blah, 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 and take it. That's not what happened. They sold it. They saw a big payout. They took it. That's all.
Okay, okay.
It's like they got money. They move elsewhere. That's all.
If you want to go through that method, right, you gotta look at all these other cases, right? Because I know for sure there's plenty of cases where people are forcefully to be removed in the properties. You understand what I'm trying to say? Once again, at the end of the day, the method is different, but the result is the same thing.
Oh, jeez.
Ben, can you show one example where people was forced out their home through gentrification?
Get the hell out of here. There's stories of black people hanging because of the land. So it's the method. The method is different, but the result is the same thing. I know for sure. If you
Kwame is a typical guy who look like a
all they have to do is just
have critical speech.
Kwame, that's all it is. The method is just different, but the result is still the same thing. Let's stop as if like these things don't happen.
People see own people see online in Africa. Foreigners see online in Africa. If you,
we know, Kidola, the Lebanese, they still own land in Africa. We're not talking about Lebanese, we're talking about black people.
Kwame, I think you and Carla, you are looking for where to colonize, right?
Of course, he's
I mean, at this point, if Africa's gonna be stuck in tribalistic, Bronze Age, primitive ideology, then maybe the logical thing is for the diaspora.
What's the definition of Kwame? What's the definition of tribe? Wait, Kwame. Wait. I'm coming.
Please. One at a time, please.
Yeah, please. All right, Kwame. What's the definition of tribe?
Oh, Louis is here. Is that Louis, man?
Forget this
Kwame, please. I'm coming. Please.
No,
Kwame,
I know. Hey, guys.
Guys. I'm coming. Please. Let me finish first. Hey, sir, please.
For the Ghanaians, man. I got a story.
Yeah.
I got a story.
I'm coming, please. I'm coming.
About the
Yeah, they will talk. I'm coming, bang. I'm coming. I just want Kwame to just define tribe to me, please. Kwame, what is a tribe?
All right, let's allow the new speakers to speak.
I'm coming. Let the man define tribe to me.
Hold on, you guys.
You said tribe is primitive. What is a tribe?
You're crazy. You better get out of here with these type of topics you have in your head. Nah.
What is a tribe, Kwame? What is a tribe?
I am not Afrodamus, man. No. Hell to the no.
A tribe is a group of people who share similar ancestry and cultural background. That is a tribe. So that was that primitive or inferior.
Hold on, Kedo. Let's allow.
Kwame is just a fool who thinks of himself.
Hold on, Kedo. Let's allow Kedo. You can't get upset. You've used the bastard word before, so we gotta be calm.
I never said they are bastards. I never said it. That was a scenario I'm using for a different case.
Well, I mean, we can be upset now. Let's allow the new panelists. We got two straight from Ghana. Nana Akufo sent special envoys to come in tackle this. Okay. So we got Zongo in the house and Louis. Louis, you've been trying to get on. Yeah.
On my phone, there's some editing problem on StreamYard, and I'm just having problem on that. So you have to excuse me. But can you hear me today? Is it better now?
Yeah. I mean, I can hear. Before I start, since my Ghanaian people come in, let me give them welcome them with Akwaba. All right.
Yes, I like that. But I don't know about the back shaking though.
Huh?
I don't know about the back shaking picture.
Those were the FBA Queens when it went to the slave castle during the year of return.
Yeah. Listen, if I could just quickly say, let me just say a quick hello to everybody. In the Akan tradition, we greet from the right. So I'm gonna go to my man there. I think is that Dagon or no Zongo man, and then Saint James. I can't see some of the names properly because the screen is a bit small. But greetings to all you guys, loving the chat. But if I can just say, I think, look, when you go to Ghana, there is the Freedom and Justice Square with the black star on it. And on there, it has on it, and Chroma had them put freedom and justice.
Hold on. Louis,
Freedom.
you think your mic is a bit muffled, or you get closer?
Is it better? Right.
Yes,
Freedom and
yes,
justice. Right. Freedom and justice. If you go to the Independence Square, there's a building in the middle, right? And they've got black star on there, and it says on there, freedom and justice. This was one of the main themes that Nkrumah had at independent time. We wanted justice. We left the white man to create our freedom and justice. That comes through law. When the children of Israel left Egypt, the first
Come on,
thing
we don't
God
need to
did-
hear no Hebrew now. We talking about Africa. Lead the
yeah, we
Israelite thing in Israel.
Let me warm up, brother. Right? When God sent the children of Israel out of Egypt, he gave them law.
Bro, we can't find nobody in Ghana praising Yahweh. Let's just stick to Nyame and the African topic, and the
hear me
black
out.
topic. It's got nothing to
let
do
me-
with the topic.
Black topic. Listen, freedom and justice. Law is what God gave the children of Israel first. That's the first thing you must have in any country. All right? What we've got here is justice, a problem of justice in the Gambia. It's not a problem of Pan-Africanism, Brother Diamond. It's the problem of justice. They're trying to finesse this man. He was given this land, and they're trying to snatch it. They're just crooked and wicked people. So what the Gambia government have to do, or the Gambian justice system, they have to show that they are capable of running this country. And this is an opportunity for them to do that. Yeah? What happened to you, Brother Diamonds? If I go back to Ghana...
Afrodamus?
Afrodamus, yeah. If I go back to Ghana, well, that ain't going to happen to me, trust me. Right? But I hear what you're saying. They're trying to...
So why they took them Hebrew Israelites land in Ghana?
Right. That's different. Them guys are lazy. They won't do nothing.
Louis, this happens in Ghana too, right?
No, you will not get this.
Oh, okay.
You will not hear something like this in Ghana, because what?
Yes, we did. We seen the Hebrew Israelites got their land confiscated.
Hold on, guys, let him finish.
That's a different concept. If that was happening in Ghana, there won't be that
Hold
much.
on, Louis, get close to your mic. It's a bit more full. You went back.
Right. If that was happening in Ghana, you won't have that much African Americans going back.
It did happen in Ghana. It happened in Ghana already.
Hold on,
No,
let him finish.
Right. This is a different concept. They're trying to finesse this brother out of the land that was given to him. It's simple as that. The justice system in Gambia has to now step in and show his teeth to the people of Gambia and the rest of the black world. And the government has to make sure this goes down well, because Gambia is known for returning people, especially people from Jamaica and the Caribbean. Okay? This is an opportunity for the government of Gambia. And the government of Gambia, he used to be a real estate man in England. If I'm correct, Afridam, he used to be in a real estate business.
You mean the president?
Yeah, president. So him, out of all people, should be able to make sure that...
you mean Adama Barrow?
I think his name, yeah. I think his name also, right? But this is simple matter of justice. It's not Pan-Africanism. This is just wicked people trying to finesse the brother.
No, because what I'm saying is, Louis, there's, the Pan-Africans are over there running around. Why aren't they talking about the lack of justice?
Right. They need to bring this forward. You're the first one I've heard talk about it because of your experience, I think, as well, in the Gambia when a guy was trying to cheat. And I like the way you went about it. You didn't speak the local language. You just kept your mouth shut.
Yeah.
When it came the right time, boom, you let them have it.
Yeah, because I'm listening. I was arming myself to hear everything that, man. When I spoke the local language, to one of the ladies, she bowed down and grabbed her knee. You know how she was so ashamed because they know that I heard everything.
Yep. The problem is, one thing my dad said, right, is one thing coming to abroad. When you go back to Africa, is a different thing. Okay? This land thing has to be sorted out, right? All it is we just got greedy people who used to getting away with it. We are educated blacks, but we ain't going to let them get away with it. This is the problem they're having. But this is basic justice. It can easily be sorted out by the Gambian government. Simple.
But Louis, what do you think about what do you think about what Kedo and Ola was saying then?
I didn't catch too much of what I know where Ola is upset with the FBAs. I know he's upset with them, right? I know he's upset with them, but this is a matter of basic justice. We shouldn't complicate it. It's not a Pan-African thing, right? We should just make sure the justice system
I
in
mean,
Africa works.
Pan-African. So, do you disagree that Pan-Africans are safer under white supremacy than black supremacy?
No, no. This because it's not that case here, brother Diamonds. I know what you're saying. It's not that case. Don't forget, the Western world is more advanced, right? They justice system, everything works better. Okay. Now this is simple. Let the courts deal with this in the Gambia. Let them show their teeth, show what they're about. Because if they mess this up, I don't think there'll be anybody buying much land in the Gambia. It's a small country as it is anyway. You know, so he's got to make sure he don't get finessed. They just trying to shake him down, bro. They're trying.
Well, hopefully, they're gonna see these conversations. Let's bring in Zongo.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and Zongo, you were talking a lot of stuff in the chat, telling me I'm supporting my white master. What's wrong with you?
I mean, when the white dude came, I was like, okay.
Nah, he wasn't talking about anything. Well,
Yeah, I know. Like, but that's an old thing, and it was just in the moment. So I just wanted to,
mess with
enjoy
me.
the moment. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Greetings to you, Afrodamas. Greetings to the panelists. The chat and the future listeners. Right. This is a very interesting topic, right? But first of all, like we just have to understand that the countries in Africa, they have different laws when it comes to land ownership, right? Some of the issues, especially in the case of Ghana, is just has to do with the way the concept of land ownership is. Like the leasehold, like 100 years leasehold. If you're a foreigner, you have a certain like 50 years leasehold. I mean, so far as like you are within the confine of the law or the legal framework of the country, I mean that wouldn't be an issue, right? And also, if you had a land dealings uh, through dubious or illegal ways, I mean that's also another issue. But then, if you really follow due process and then you own the land and you have the right documentation, then I believe justice has to be served to the interest of the party that did it the right way.
Look,
So
Zongo,
yeah.
you can still have the like. I didn't even say this part. Like the guy, I had to take him, to the police. I mean, obviously, I've got a little bit more change than him, so I put them on my payroll. Okay, someday you gotta do that. And the guy was trying, like was coming up with the dumbest ideas when he knew the land thing wouldn't work. He told them that he sold me the land, but not the trees on the land because there's some valuable trees on the yeah.
Yeah, that's why I see. I always advise people like don't take no free land for no freaking African, cause like you putting yourself into future conflict or misunderstanding. They can come and just say, "Hey, the land belongs to my
Anytime.
granddad. I want the land back," cause it was free in the
Yeah.
first place.
You need
You
the
know,
paperwork for any
you
land.
need you need to buy the land. I'm from the continent, but I'm not taking no freaking free land unless it's coming from my dad or my mom. Because I know the possibility of the future consequences.
Yeah.
I mean, because we really have to go into details of this particular issues. We don't want to because Prince was saying, Louis was saying, it's like a case by case scenario. You can't just lump any land dispute situation and make it seem as if the whole country or the entirety of the country it's like that. If you do it the right way, and the people are trying to finesse you because they believe you are not indigenous to the country
But
or you
Zonga did it the right way though.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
no,
no,
they need
I'm saying
their
like
land though.
if you do it, wait, I agree with you. I said if you do it the right way, and they're
Mhm.
trying to finesse you, that's where the court system, the legal system of the country has to
Yeah.
come and play and do the right thing.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
to do the right thing. Even me today, I'm not really impressed with my country, Ghana, because they say over 90% of the of court cases is mostly land disputes with locals over
Land.
there. It's land
right? But
dispute,
we
you know.
shouldn't be surprised because now
And this is,
the
but Louis,
land is
Louis,
worth a lot of
Louis,
money.
this problem has to be
Mm.
solved, man. Like the era of
Listen,
doing things the old ways has to change, you know.
yeah,
Like
right,
if you really
right.
want to be
Listen, all it
competitive
is,
in this modern world, you gotta do
right,
things the right way, you know.
right.
It's
Listen,
the laws change.
listen.
Hold on. Listen to this, yeah. You know, I remember like I had these neighbors when I was growing up. So they have this. Their land is big. They have like mangoes and different trees in it. You know, fenced it, whatever. But there was people who,
You go to it.
I guess their clan. They said their great grandfather or whatever
Yeah,
gave gave that land to those people's grandfather. So, but those people own the land now, right? But these guys, when the mangoes arrive, they would come and say, "Oh, we came to pick our mangoes." They're like, "Man, you better get that."
mango. But
they said, their grandfather. They said their grandfather gave the land, but
listen,
they didn't give away the mangoes.
mango. Look at that.
That's crazy. So like
Listen,
the educational system needs an overhaul. You know, like
right. Listen, some of
this
our people,
basic,
Uh,
a
some of
lot of
our
these
people are
problems are
illiterate.
really
Sorry.
basic. You know, and has
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
solved.
they're illiterate.
Uh,
A lot
yeah,
of
I
I
our
think
was,
people are illiterate.
Ola was gonna say something.
yeah, I was.
Afrodama, see what you said also happened to me.
Yeah,
In 2000, I
yeah,
bought a land, right? My
yeah.
geo brother was the one trying to. My geo brother, they pay for the land, so they was trying to clear it, right?
Yeah.
Then my job was looking at the tree. The dude came by and said, look, you buy the land, but you didn't buy the trees. My job said, how? We mean that I buy the land, but you saw the land. He said, no, you only buy the land, but not the trees. You have to buy the trees.
No,
The
That's
Crazy.
good.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
let me make one.
Zago, can you address the Hebrew Israelite situation when they got their lands confiscated in Ghana, when they went through all the right paperwork and everything, and
You're
they
still
still
gonna
got their
talk.
land
But
Let's
confiscated?
go.
see, like I
No,
say, like
no.
okay, just because I don't know like the real duties. That's
The
what I'm saying.
details.
Usually in Ghana, land is leasehold. If you don't have the citizenship, or maybe if you're not Ghanaian, if you lease the land, it's 50 years.
Yep.
That
And they
is the
were on it for
legal.
about 20
They
This
years.
is in
wasn't
America.
there. The
Wait,
Hebrew
wait,
Israelites
let me
wasn't there
finish.
for 50 years.
Yeah.
Let me
They was
finish.
on there for about 20
I'm
years.
just giving an example. I'm just giving an example because I don't know like the full details. I don't know like the. It's 50 years, so they can always come back for their land. Because a lot of people
Yeah,
keep on saying that.
yeah,
Oh, they say it's 99 years, but really, they're not gonna come. That's not true, man.
yeah,
They
yeah,
can
yeah.
always come back for it.
Right.
So
Okay,
like,
let's be
Only
real. Louis, answer this honestly, right?
yeah,
Everyone in the panel, answer this honestly. Okay, even because I've faced it, other people have. Is it most people there, like truly the concept in their head, right? Is
mhm.
other people who are not from there, even if they are black, the people they don't believe you should own land. Because when they thought I wasn't from there, you
mm,
know, they tried to take it. But once it
this
was
one, yeah,
established to know that I'm from there, they left me alone.
yeah, listen.
So,
Right. Listen,
do
right.
African, not all, but maybe most, they don't, other people who can speak the language,
Right,
they
right,
they don't want you to have the land. Is that what
right.
this is?
No.
I mean,
They are, listen,
that's some
they are people
primitive.
taking, they are opportunists. Okay, that's
Yeah,
all they are. But they're not too smart. In Ghana, foreigners can own land on a lease, but there's
yeah,
laws regulating that. You
yeah,
understand?
exactly. Yeah,
This is
yeah.
without you being a part of it. You can come to Ghana as a foreigner and own and actually buy land, but it's on a lease basis. So long as you understand that, that's all well and good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
After,
Afrodamus,
after that, okay.
let me make this
Uh,
point. Like
uh,
me personally, I don't have any issues with the leasehold system because a lot of African
I
countries.
like it. I
I
like
was speaking in the case of Ghana, for instance, we don't have the capital, so usually it puts a lot of the locals at a disadvantage. Any
it.
person
Yep,
coming from any
yep,
advanced society with
yep.
access to capital can always take advantage of your
Take that nice
country,
one. Right.
or if they have ill health intentions to come and overtake your
Mm,
country, they can use capital
mm,
to do that.
do that.
So I
Right.
believe in that leasehold system. The same thing is practiced, I think, in Malaysia
Yeah.
or other countries like that.
I
So
tell you where the
I don't
idea
have
came
issues with
from.
it. I don't have
You
issues.
have to just remind you history.
If you recognize the legal framework when it comes to land ownership in the country and used to went forward with it, then you are liable to facing with regards to that legal framework of that land ownership. You don't have
Yeah.
to use like the Western system to justify, oh, they trying to take my land. No, this is not the West. If you
Yeah.
if you believe in the Western system, then you should have gone to other countries like Gambia that believe that, hey, if you buy a land,
It's all yours.
it's not like restricted to lease terms and agreement.
If I can just
Let's
remind
stick
you
to
that.
that stuff. Let's stick to that stuff. And there's this one girl from California. She
Hey, let
bought a
me just
land.
remind them of history quickly, brother, before I forget it. Yeah. The
Oh yeah,
reason
go ahead.
why we have the lease system in Ghana was after independence. The people themselves only had so much money, capital, and so on. Nkrumah knew that the English had the capital to come back and buy a lot of land and so on and so forth. So Maui advised Nkrumah to do a leasehold system so that people don't come and buy your minerals and land outright like they were doing in South Africa. So that's how the leasehold system ended up coming into Ghana, and it works. It makes sense.
Hold on, let me read this super chat. Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. She said, Afridamos, thank you for bringing this important issue to the forefront. Very interesting. Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. Yes, this is a very, very important topic. And hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
Afridamos, please. Yes.
Don't ruin it.
Afridamos.
All right. I was just reading my super
I want to
chat.
make.
Money, brother.
All right. And Paul, yes, Paul, now you can that's true. The land registry, yes, they've introduced that now. So you can register the land like no one can buy, like how they would sell it from one person to another. So you can, for example, if you go like right now, you try to buy Afridamosville, you can't. It's registered.
It's online.
It's
yeah?
registered. Yeah, you can see it online. So they can, you can't. So a lot of people they don't know this. They just go by the handshake. Don't do the handshake. And also, if it's because it's usually a family owned.
Yeah.
In the family, if you're buying, do not negotiate with just one person. Tell them to bring the whole. Yeah, because if
I wouldn't even buy a family, land.
No, you can.
I came up to say something to go back, please. I came out to say something to go back. I want to go. I want to go off the show. I just came to say something shortly to go back, please.
You can't keep interrupting the host. Okay, go ahead. Fine.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. I just came up to make everyone to know that I am not supporting people taking foreigners' land in Africa. I'm not supporting that at all. I think the misunderstanding came about. Yes, the misunderstanding that came about that. For which we have started to have this argument was, I was mainly trying to explain to the black diaspora ways in which to integrate. My main point of the other messages that I was preaching was, like for the purpose of them knowing how to integrate into the larger society. That's why I started to talk of the definition of tribing, of people that share common ancestry, how to get to mix with them. That's why I was just trying to help them to integrate. But I am totally against that.
Yeah, but Kedo, this man who's been married,
I was from
children, there's no integration more than that.
And he's married to a local. He literally have a Gambian baby.
Right.
People think is no, that's not right. That's not right. Really, a lot of the issues in Ghana is mostly in the capital cities, right? Because man, there's a lot of people from different countries that have land.
The happening. Listen, outside Accra as well. Listen, the land everywhere.
Oh, really?
There's money. People buying land. Everything's got value now.
Yeah.
But Afridamos though, I understand the situation that you went through, right? But sometimes the little man in Africa too is also a victim from those transactions.
Exactly.
coming from foreigners, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have also seen African being displaced from their land,
Right. Oh
and
yeah,
their
yeah.
land is being given to foreigners. We have seen
That's
that
true.
too.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's what I want to be balanced here. So when we're talking about it, a lot of people are going to believe that Africans on the continent are taking away other people's property, and I don't want that to happen. That's why I like you being an African. Explain exactly what happened to you. You being an African yourself, going to your own country and seeing that. So there is no shame or us being ashamed about the situation happening in Africa. But I just don't want some people in the Western world to pick that up and trying to manipulate the situation as if Africans on the continent are
Oh yeah, yeah,
waiting
yeah.
for it
That's
to come
No,
up.
but
You know,
Saint James, Saint
that's
James,
yeah, I
Saint
get that
James,
part.
Saint
Yeah.
James. Honestly, though, right?
Mhm.
I mean, man, this is very unscrupulous, and I
Yeah.
think people definitely should talk about this and shame these people for real,
Absolutely.
man.
Absolutely.
Because,
Absolutely.
bro, like, I mean, this is literally,
After can I speak next after you done?
yeah, like this is literally like I think because there's a lot of Pan Africans, they just talk the kumbaya stuff. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
touching on this, right?
Yeah.
I think it's about time like
Mhm.
people literally talk about this and
Yeah.
like shame the devil because
Absolutely.
you have been looked at as a come up. They think it's okay to
Yeah.
take your money from you
Yeah.
and or your land, all that. Like
Mhm.
this is literally a mentality.
Yeah, I
And
get that.
if you, like, especially like imagine if I wasn't from there and I didn't know the language, I
Mhm.
mean, like
Yeah, you were screwed.
I would have been screwed.
Yeah.
I would have been screwed. That's the
Mhm.
only thing that saved me is because
Mhm. Mhm.
it came.
Mhm.
Plus, even like it's true, some of the locals still, even a lot of brothers or sisters in the West here, the same thing is happening to them.
Yeah.
It seems like they target people from the West
Mhm.
more.
Mhm.
So it's like they gotta know that we know and we're talking about it
Mhm.
and putting it out there like, yo, you can't
Mhm.
keep doing this, like
Right. Right.
like you can't do this to people. I
Right.
get that the places are developing faster. People are,
Mhm.
it's almost like a land
Mhm.
scramble
But
as we
Africa,
speak.
yeah.
As
Yeah.
we speak,
Right.
there are
I want.
people, they
Yeah.
tell me around the surrounding village, they would
Right.
walk by and be like, man, only one person own all this. Man,
Mhm.
this man should not be able to own all this by himself. I
Right.
bought it.
Hey, Alpha man. Listen, you went in there, you bought a big old land. Maybe the people then are used to seeing that.
Yeah,
That's why they acted
you
the way
think?
they did. But after that, at the same time, right? When we have black foreigners, like black Westerners that goes to Africa, and they go through these issues, right? To me personally, I don't want them to go to channels whereby they don't have Africans that
Yeah,
can
and
relate to those issues. You see what I'm saying? We should have
Oh, yeah.
Africans in there too, so we can discuss those issues.
Right.
So we don't get to those situations where they feel like Africans are promoting this. So
Right.
because when the guy he brought up, I forgot, he brought up the Israelite. I believe he went to Dana's show. They did part one. Dana's asked him the question. They were supposed to go to court and do part two. I never heard part two. So I'm like, okay, you know what? We don't hear. I'm not gonna read links, and I'm not gonna. If you brought the problem to a certain community for them to analyze and understand, when you promise to come back for round two, you should come for round two because you are accusing a group of people that your land was taken, and you provided your facts, and they called you in court, and you went to court. You never came back. So how am I supposed to understand what happened?
Exactly. So because when they went
Why
to
am I,
court,
you can't do that. Yeah, lay out the facts, lay out exactly what happened, and as African, we have the question for you. You don't go to Africa and come back to a certain group of people, start talking a certain way because they're gonna give you some low IQ questions and you're gonna answer that and feel like, oh yeah, I'm right. No, have the Africans in there because we go through those systems. If you are right, like Afridamus brought the situation in the Gambia about that guy, no one on this panel will disagree. He's wrong. He was wrong, and it's not acceptable. He should get his land back and move on with his life. That's the African standpoint on that topic. But the idea that they're going to come back here and say, "Oh, Africa has done me wrong," and they don't have all the facts. They don't have all the facts.
And James,
We don't
Kidola disagree with you. and the guy from Libya.
Bro, there are a
Liberia
lot of
disagrees.
there are a lot of blacks in America that disagree with one another. In our family, that goes on. You gotta agree with certain people, you gotta disagree with certain people. That's life. You know,
that's why
I guarantee you there's a lot of people on the continent of Africa that don't agree with that. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
oh no, yes,
Afidamasa.
the chat section, the Gambians are outraged by it. To be fair, and that's why like the Bag family, man. Honestly, I got mad respect for them. They gangster, man. If their line is, I don't know how he pulled it off, man. He must be a hard fighter, man.
Bro, I tip my hat to them too, man.
No,
I'm being honest.
because
I tip my hat to them.
look, I know what I went through. For him not to be from there, knowing the language, man, I don't know how he did it. Because you see, this is how most of these people they roll. They would sell you the spot because they don't think much of it. Then you clear it and start looking nice, developing it, and then they hear somebody going back because they do that. They'll be like, oh, this man, this place he has now. Even 15 million cities is not gonna get you this land. And then once they hear that, they are like, oh, and they would, this is how they start. They would say, he tricked us. If you hear that, and they don't understand that the land, the things you put in there and what you are doing, that's what added the value.
But let me ask you this question. Like, there was this girl from California. She bought, I think, a beachfront property, right? And she actually thought she actually owned the property.
Where?
Somewhere in Accra or Cape Coast, somewhere like that.
Oh, okay.
And then, like she thought, she bought and paid everything. But later, when they did like the search in the land registry, it is actually a state land. She was not supposed to buy.
She didn't check the registry before she bought it?
No, she did not. So are you gonna, and then they're gonna come out and say, "Oh man, this and that." Sometimes you gotta.
No. Beachfront property, you gotta check the registry.
Yeah.
You got to.
Most beachfront properties are state land. It's not. You can't just come buy it.
Oh no! If it's state land, sorry, you can kiss that goodbye. I'm sorry, that one. Yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. Let's bring in Mandalorian.
Listen, Afro-Diamonds, let me drop up and let me eat my food quickly. Listen, if I can just ask, when can we do that show, the Kemet show? When was it?
I'll do it, at the time that you'll be able to be available, like
I'm off UK time. The next 2 days I'm off. So when you
okay. Before the weekend ends, we can do it.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I see you guys.
You didn't. The blacks didn't build Kemet, so. Yeah.
oh no!
Lou's gonna lose his appetite, man. God, don't do that.
All right, Louis, we'll see you.
Oh man, Kwame he's gonna get mad. Kwame.
Oh yeah, that's easy to debunk. Yeah, that's easy to debunk.
Man, this is.
You're gonna have to disprove the modern consensus, which say that the ancient Egyptians come from the Green Sahara region. So if you can't debunk that, and the experts in the field, then it's not even no point of talking about all the Egyptians black, because that's the modern consensus. They came from Africa. They didn't come from Mesopotamia. They didn't come from Europe. And the DNA analysis match everything, and the motifs and everything match. So if you're gonna disagree with the consensus, you're gonna have to come with a whole lot of information.
Okay, let's bring in Mandalorian. I hope you will be here for that, Kwame. Go ahead, Mandalorian.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. Afridamos, Afridumkov. How you doing, Afridamos?
Oh my goodness. This guy.
Hey, I think I know this voice, man, but I forgot his old name. What is his old name?
Hey, Afridumkov, how you doing?
This is the crazy Gambian dirt.
Yeah, nuts. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
nuts.
that
Oh
is
my
funny.
god.
Yeah.
This guy is funny. Affidavits.
Yes.
Affidavits. Trump has won. Trump has won. The Republicans have won. How long are you going to continue this charade, bro?
Man, stick on the show, man. Stop trying to drift from the
How,
topic.
how long are you going to continue? Trump has won. The Republicans have won. How long are you going to continue this bullshitting?
What bullshitting?
You know, Affidavits, you know, the more you bullshit in life, your face starts to reflect it. You know what I mean? Your face starts to turn and you become a complicit liar. Your face looks like a liar. You understand?
Okay.
Stick
Thank
on
you.
the
What
show.
do you want to say about the topic, Dart? Are
No,
you
no,
drunk?
no. What I want
Are
to
you? Are
say
you?
is,
Are you?
but
Did you drink some binko?
I don't know what that is or something. But anyway, all I'm saying is,
Did you drink some?
Affidavits,
Did you
the
drink
more
some
you keep
kana?
lying in your life, the more you will look like an ugly, lying old man in the future.
What did I lie about?
The more you keep bullshitting and the more you keep filibustering.
Dart, are you gonna answer the? Get with the topic, or you can?
Okay. Let's stick
Thank
to the
you.
topic. Let's stick to the
Yes.
topic. I just wanted to address that personally to you and all that stuff.
Thank you.
But
Thank you. Thank you. I've received it well. Go ahead.
hold on. What's the headline of the topic?
You
What's the
got some
headline? I
sport
cannot
to
even
settle.
see it
Shut up,
at the
man.
moment.
You got some
What's the
sport to
topic
settle
about?
before you speak. You got some
Man,
sport
he
to
said
settle.
man, he's asking about the headline of the topic. Man, are you crazy?
I got no score to settle with Afdamas. I really got no score to settle with Afdamas. I'm just saying, as a Gambian to Gambian, why is this guy lying so much? That's all
What
I'm
did I
saying.
lie
Okay, we
about?
listening. You got our ears. Yes, let's
Yes.
go.
Yeah. Tell us, what did I
Okay,
lie
the
about?
topic says the topic is Pan-Africanisms are in denial about being safe under white supremacy. Hey, Pan-Africanists are in denial of being safe under white supremacy. Kind of a lot of
Yes.
bullshit,
Yeah, but it has a
Afdamas.
context though. Like
Yeah.
you just following the headline.
Tell us how is this is BS. We're
That
listening.
is how are Pan Africanists in denial about being safe under white supremacy when
Because
essentially white supremacy is what got them into the place that they're in, on safety, insecurity, and insecurity in the world, and unpredictability about their future. How can we
okay.
be safe under white supremacy when
Yeah,
it
but
is white supremacy that has got us in a place of uncertainty?
the topic, the headline has the context.
No, I'm
And
responding to the
so,
headline. The
Affidavit, can I
headline
no,
speak?
says
it has the
we are
I wanted to
context.
safe.
speak like 3 callers before, but can I speak after the
So
brother's
you
done?
In
know,
fact, let me log in.
Hold on.
Let me log into my laptop. Let me have this argument. Let me give let me give some challenge. You like challenge, don't you?
yeah, but that man,
Okay. Log on it and come back. Okay.
Let me
All
come
right.
to my laptop. I'll
you,
give some
you,
challenge.
All right.
that is
Thank you.
that is the problem with Dusty Africans. It's sort of like when you read a news headline, they write something crazy, but the details mean something different. You
He
know?
doesn't. He doesn't
Hey,
read past the headline.
Affidavit, I initially jumped on your panel because I wanted to disagree with you.
Right.
But after listening to a couple of the brothers and thinking logically, I must agree with you that you know what,
Exactly.
we may be more safer under the rule of white supremacy than developing our own black nations, because the mere fact that people are defending primitive ideology that cannot work on a global stage, and this type of tribalism thinking is what keep Africa undeveloped. Me personally, I'm a Pan-African. If people familiar with me, they know I defend Africa and African custom and African tradition wholeheartedly. But the mere fact that people are up here basically saying, you know what, they're foreigners, they should get their land confiscated. The that type of thinking is so mind-boggling in the West. It cannot work. It cannot work. And the mere
Yeah.
fact that people are trying to argue with me and say that I'm trying to denigrate Africa, I have no wins to try to denigrate Africa. But this is the elephant in the room that has to be addressed. The tribalism is going to keep Africa undeveloped, unproductive, and stay at the bottom stage in on the global stage. And that's what I want to say.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, man. I think this whole topic, and if you listen to the contents of the topic, I mean, it definitely makes sense. There's no way your
No,
rational mind is going to disagree with that. It's a lot of things that has to be done, like the justice system in most African countries is really corrupt. Like someone can just frame another person and just take their rightful belonging, which is entirely not fair. We have to move beyond the old ways of doing things to the current time. If really we want to be competitive and you know, we want to be written in the history books, 'Cause it looks like what we're doing, it's not gonna look well in history books, man. No, that's why a lot of people don't believe that they built the Kemet. They look at the dusty things they do. They're like, nah, that's not a civilization. Because
And,
real
Zongo, the
civilization
mere
doesn't
fact
Nah,
that a
care.
say
guy,
you. Say you, Zongo. Say
Zongo,
you.
the
Talk
mere
about
fact.
you.
Hold
Talk
on,
about
Bang,
you.
hold on, Bang,
Talk
2 seconds.
about you. That's what
Hold
you
on,
believe.
Bang, 2 seconds. Zongo, the mere fact that Kidola is
Some of y'all
living in the
little fake,
West
man.
comfortably with
Oh,
his
no,
white.
Ola lives in Nigeria.
No, well, he said that
Yeah,
he
all
lived
I
in
even
Europe.
no,
Oh,
no,
he
no.
lived in
He's in
Nigeria. Oh, okay.
yeah, he's been
Pardon.
in Europe before. He live in Nigeria now.
The mere
Well, let's
fact that
allow. Go ahead.
the mere fact that Kidola, who lived in the West, is now defending this tribalism, primitive ideology.
But what did Ola say? I kind of miss his point though.
I mean, if he could reiterate what he said earlier, that would be perfect. So you could get the context of why am I saying what I'm saying, so you could grasp what I'm saying. Kidola, can you reiterate what you were saying earlier?
that I want people to pack your bag and go. That doesn't fit. We don't want people.
No, but Ola, if they have citizenship, and they, by law, they are also, rightful Nigerians. I mean, you can't tell them to leave, man.
No, I don't have any right to tell anybody to leave African country. But what I see is what is good. You have to be equipped. Maybe that Gambia guy. I really don't know, man. If it's children that he have with the Gambia woman, if they're powerful enough and they give birth to that, I don't know where. I think they would have come and fight for their father. I'm not saying I support them, but you see, what I just mean, like, if you have like a backup, that much from that place, they speak the language. He's prepared. You see, okay, this one always FBA don't understand. African person can live and die for a land. The moment they see it in your eyes that you're not going to let go, that you will fight to the death, they will run away from you. But if you
So if you go to Nigeria, you gotta fight for the land. Even if you got the land right out legally, you still gotta fight for the land.
is
Zongo,
somebody
do you hear this type of ideology? You live in the West. Can you imagine an Anglo-Saxon coming into your house saying, you know what? You're a foreigner.
I
You're
mean,
not an Anglo-Saxon.
look, you don't
if
understand.
you acquire the land through a rightful means, I mean,
You can
I
stand
think
your
it should belong
ground.
to you.
You can stand your ground. If they want to chase you, the moment they see that you're ready to go down with them as you want, they would understand that this is just. But if you don't have like a backup, you just kind of like they do the smoky weed. He can't really stand on his feet. Look, Africans doesn't go down like that. This is not about Bomaye.
Yeah,
What
but
Ali
Ola,
was singing then. This is a total different place. You see, that
Zongo, do
will
you
tell
not
you.
think this type of talking is primitive?
Hold on. Nothing like primitive. I don't
I
understand what
barely
is
speak.
primitive.
Yo,
Primitive does
Ben,
not
go
mean
ahead.
anything.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ben.
yeah. I barely spoke. People like to call Africans primitive and stuff like that.
Yeah.
which is you clearly see the hate. You clearly see the hate, but then at the same time, you call yourself superiority over Africans as well. But then you complain, against the white man.
Nobody, he's not calling
But
the Africans. He said the
no.
ideology is primitive.
He's sticking with it. He's sticking with it. I would
Oh
never
man,
call
come
my
on.
people primitive. You call your last name primitive, but not my people. Not my people. You understand? So Afrodamus, right? The reason why when he spoke the language, they totally surrendered to him because they know that he knows the African way. They realize,
No, that's
oh
not
God
true.
damn,
That's not
he
true.
knows. No, listen,
That's
if
not
you
true. That's because they were
no,
caught
even
for conniving against him.
even regardless of not, if you sell a land, right? If somebody is a criminal, they're gonna try to sell you the land so they can take your money. There's some land in my country. It was sold like 5 times. There's plenty of people that it was a scam, a fraud, right? They sold land like 5 times to 5 different people. Some of those people are in America. Some of those people are in Europe. Some of those people have built nice houses in Africa. So the concept of it is just the way how it works. At the end of the day,
No,
you're
but
gonna have
Afrodamus is
criminals
telling
that's
you
gonna
that
benefit from it.
they're conniving with the justice system to reclaim his land back. This is
That's
a
the whole
very like,
point.
come
They
on,
let him
man.
let him
Like,
go because
man, like
he realized
if
he
you
has
are
no
a scammer,
money.
wait. If you are a scammer and you want to do your, your scamming tactics to fraud him, that's enough. But to get the justice system involved,
What are you
man, that's a whole
what are you
different
talking about? Man,
situation, man.
you live in America, man. Are you kidding me? You live in goddamn
Man,
America.
let's stick
You
to
wanna bring up
let's
justice
stick
system,
over here, man.
politicians?
Let's
Come
stick
on,
over
man.
here.
You wanna bring like Congress? You wanna bring your senators from
Banging
our people?
Kidola is proving what
Man,
I
come
said
on, these
about
people, man.
what Afrodamus first said, and I agree with Afrodamus. This mindset is primitive. This is
No,
Stone Age
you primitive.
mindset.
You primitive. Your last name is primitive. Your people are primitive. You are. God damn it. Get the F out of here.
It's not about
Your
primitive.
people are primitive.
Oh
Look,
man.
bro, you just
No,
have to
no, no,
follow.
no. No,
You
I
have to
wasn't
follow
saying
the
Zongo,
rules. If
Zongo,
you're
Zongo.
Rome, you
You
behave
wanna
like a
kiss his ass?
Roma.
Go ahead, kiss his
It's
ass.
just the rules.
Nah, that's not Zango, man. That's
You
Kidola.
know, you
No, no,
can
that's
you
what I'm
can
saying.
you
Say,
cannot
if you want to
compare
kiss his ass, go ahead,
Afrodamus.
kiss his ass.
You can't compare
But my people
Afrodamus
not
is born
primitive.
in that place.
You want
Nah,
to
man,
kiss his ass.
I'm not
Look,
kissing
look,
no
look.
Kwame's
Let me
No,
ass,
tell you the
no, no, go
man.
truth.
ahead, kiss his ass. The hell look like Black American
Man,
calling my people primitive.
yeah, man, Kwame,
Man, he better get the
man,
fuck out of
Kwame is
here.
no black
Hold
American.
on, hold
Kwame
on,
is
hold on, hold
Jamaican.
on, bang.
Nah,
One
Kwame
at
is
a time.
fuck he
Jamaican,
from?
man.
Hold on.
He's Jamaican,
He's
man.
the
Hola,
He's
same
not
one.
Jamaican.
guys,
He's the
alam,
same one
hola,
that came up here
hola.
the other day, a couple weeks ago, saying, "Oh, the American
Bang,
Liberians did not do nothing wrong," and then all
You
of
know,
a
but
sudden he up here trying to say,
see,
"Oh,
Kwame,
as if
Kwame
see,
actually,
hold on,
they be the
hold on,
same people. Oh, on social media, oh, the white people stole our land.
hold
The white
on,
people
hold
stole
on.
my grandpa land. The white
Bang.
yeah,
people,
but Kwame is
lynchers and
Jamaican.
stuff
If
like
you
that.
know
But you take
Kwame,
the
you know
land.
like
The
he's
fuck
the
you talking
one.
about?
Wait,
Hold
let me
on,
tell
guys,
you.
one
You
at a
Hold on,
primitive,
time.
man.
Kwame.
Hold
But they
on,
hang
hold
your
on,
people because of land. They
hold
hang
on,
your people because of land. They lynch your people because of goddamn land. The
hold
fuck
on,
out of
hold
here.
on, hold on, bang. Okay, go ahead, Ola.
I think Kwame. I know maybe they just want to understand the system. It's not because you're foreigner or whatever it is. They can even do it with the locals. With the locals, some of them have like a backup. You understand? Sometimes some of them pulling their people in. Sometimes, depends. Look, it's just matter of you understand who you're dealing with. African land problem, especially with development is coming there. Africa must have a very huge land. Sure. People ask, it's part of life. People will want to take it from him, but they tried, but maybe because they saw that he's ready to go down with it. African people, you don't treat African people with a little glove. If you
No,
dare be
you
weak in
gotta
the
put
eyes,
heavy glove in.
yeah, you will go down, man. They will drive you out of
Ola, they brought like a special marabu against me. I saw him and I pulled out my phone. I started recording him. He ran.
that's what I said, because they know if they look into your eyes, you're not going to let this fight, but this fight will be, this is just the beginning. So they get scared. And you use the law or whatever law, you use the physical aspect of it, strong. When they look into your eyes, soft. At first, maybe because we're wearing some kind of like American clothes, you come from that place. They say maybe you might a little bit calming down compared to them that live in Gambia. That like they all set up like, okay, this is a war. But then when they start seeing you not coming to be who you are now, you start telling them, look, forget that America of a team, man. I'm ready to give you what you want. Let's go
So,
down with
so
it
let,
then.
let, let me give you an example, right? In Ghana, this term that they call it the land guards, right? You buy your land in a rightful mostly in the capital city. They use, intimidation tactic, force to take your land from you. They're trying to instill fear in you to leave your land. I mean, I'm not saying that, if
Yes,
someone
they do that.
they do that in Gambia too, right? Yeah.
Well, they like they would say to you, like they would say things like, oh, fighting fighting over land is not a good thing. The person never goes down well.
No,
And
no.
I always repeat, I'm like, then why are you trying to fight over my land? Just, go I always make it clear. I'm like, yeah, it might not end well for you.
Man, no, but
Yeah,
Afrikaners
I
in
always
Ghana,
tell them straight.
in Ghana, they do it the most like primitive way, like cut like machetes, man, to trying to like almost like they're gonna kill your ass, man. The
Now,
moment
there's a saying. There's a saying in a language there that translates into this, like in English, to say, like if you tell them that you will see me like you see in the sun, they know what that means. Yeah,
you know,
I made that statement. I said you will see me like you see the sun shining.
the West has its own issues, but if you rightfully acquire the land the right way,
Zongo, people get it the right way, and it's still,
you
I
get what I'm
mean,
saying? Like the point is nobody's trying to compare things, but like if you are really below certain threshold in the midst of like other countries getting, having higher standard, you gotta elevate your own. That's the point of this conversation.
wait.
Nobody's saying the entirety of the
Well,
country.
Mrs. Smith said, Carla was right. Your tribes belong in a museum. This is nonsense. Well, Carla said that.
Yeah. Because what's really interesting, Afrodamus, because Kwame is the guy always defending the Africans against Kala, and today they just expose themselves by validating Kala against Kwame. And that's what,
Zongo, it's the
and
funny
that's
part is
what's
they
interesting.
actually the people on the panel was basically thinking I'm an FBA and I'm anti-African. But I'm night and day arguing with Kyle about Africa,
Man, the
Tariq
most
Nasheed.
African
I'm
person on this
arguing with
platform is Kwame. He actually practices African religion, not some
Well, I
flipping
think
story.
Kwame even argues with me too about it.
Yeah, man.
It's only today he didn't.
Yeah, because a lot of people kind of were shocked. Like
Let
the
me say
guy
this,
bought
right?
his land,
Zongo, let me say this, right?
and you
There's a
lying. Like he trying to take his land back. Come on, this is not honesty,
No,
man.
no, no, no. But Alpha I'm gonna offer you something.
Yeah.
Kwame,
let me
you
say
got
this.
you
Let me say
you
this.
got
Let me say
Alpha
this real
Dam.
quick.
No,
Let me say this
no,
real
no, no.
quick,
We
right?
got no. Ben, hear me out. Ben, hey
No,
Kwame, you got no,
Ezra
no,
been last.
no, no. Let me. Yes, Kwame, you got Alpha Damas. We're gonna all shut the fuck up and talk to Alpha Damas.
We all gonna do what?
We're gonna just shut the fuck up and let Kwame talk to Alpha Damas.
Don't we have
okay.
turn to talk? What you have to
Oh,
say like
Kwame, when you
that?
gonna talk? When you gonna talk or something?
I mean, just this show today is just mind-boggling to me. The mere fact that people are, trying to defend that this man land was taken and trying to come up with justification. Oh, he's a foreigner. The man was integrated into the society. I don't know how much else can he be integrated into society. He married a Gambian. He has kids with a Gambian woman, and his land was still confiscated. That is not
No,
right.
they have not confiscated it yet. They're trying to. Like, they don't even want all of it. I think the man probably got Alcalo probably got offers. So he figured, hey, this man got big land. Let's figure out a way to, get half of it. But he doesn't know how to go about it. They have not. This is his technique, maybe to hit him, and then he would be scared and leave.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, first of
When
all, right?
when it
But they
comes
didn't
Alpha
take it.
Damas,
Let me
when
say
it comes to do things the right way, right?
Mhm.
Did you pick a side, Alpha Damas?
No.
Thank you.
let me say this, right? Let me say this, right? If you're gonna come up to a live show, right, and then you said, "Oh, the only way Africa is gonna be developed is gonna be because of the diaspora," so that's obviously you taking a personal shot against Africans. So don't come up here and act like you come up here as if you was all peaceful and kumbaya and stuff like that. Even me, I'm trying to purchase a land. It's about 400 acres. 400 acres in my own country. I have to go through process because you know why? The land is owned by families. So the person I'm dealing with is the elder of the family. But then I have to make sure that, oh, his brother, sisters, uncles, and all these people, they have to be notified as well. They have to sit there. It takes time because if it doesn't, eventually, like whatever I want to do with within that land, they're gonna come and say, "Oh, you didn't pay us. We need this land right here. We need this and that." So in Africa, it's different. The method is different. People don't play with land
Ben, can I
because a lot of
reply
times,
to what you were saying?
a lot of time, the issue is people don't have enough capital. They know exactly how valued the land is. It's the capital they don't have. So that's why they try to hold on to it as much as possible for their kids. And then some people are just straight up criminals. Just like how in America, some people are criminals in the same goddamn way. Somebody come up here and say all these things.
We don't want to use the wrongful way of America to justify our criminality. That's the point.
Hold on. You see, someone sent me information who's watching this show, so this is good, from Gambia, who works in the legal system. I'm not going to name them secretly. He gave me some scoop on the case. He said, he just texted me, he said, the prosecutor and the patrol team are behind all this thing, and the alcalo of the village. They are the ones behind it.
So now the whole
person just told me.
The whole justice system is involved, man. It's corrupt.
No, it's not the whole justice system. It's technically, because they took him in front of a magistrate, so the case is cooked up. Yeah, in a way, you're right.
So they're trying to, So
can I respond to Bang briefly? When I say that the diaspora must be maybe the better option to save Africa.
No, you didn't say maybe. You didn't use the word maybe.
Okay.
Kwame, wait. You see, Bang. I mean, I guess the reason why I don't take Kwame's comment personally because I do interact with him on a daily basis and I know where he stands. That's why a lot of comment that he said, I didn't take it personal. I think if you guys take your time to build up, maybe there's a lot of things that you guys agree in common.
Zongo, America has a history of stealing black people.
But I say if you take your time, wait.
History to it.
But I'm saying he's not defending. I said if you take your time, wait. If you take your time and build up, just hold a conversation. Maybe there's a lot of things that you guys probably agree in common. You're just using the term that he said, and now you say he means maybe. Why don't you listen to his explanation?
No, and Zongo, the diaspora means you, Bang. You are included. So that's what it means.
No, some diasporas should just die in America.
I'm sorry?
I said some diaspora should just die in America.
Okay, I got you.
Yes. I truly believe that.
Kwame, respond to him.
Wait. He said what?
He said some diaspora should just die in America. That's
just
cool.
stay away from Africa.
That's cool. What I was trying to say that most of the developed countries or in the process of developed countries in Africa was more than likely influenced by Pan-Africanism in America. Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara are all either studied in America under the guise of Pan-Africanism in the diaspora or was influenced. The Africans on the continent don't have the grasp system of globalism. They're still stuck on their tribal differences. Meaning that if you're Yoruba or Igbo, we don't see each other as one versus an Italian or a Frenchman that say, hey, I may descend from different tribe, but we're still white men and we should work together on a global stage. The mere fact that people are trying to defend these primitive ideology, it cannot work in Africa, and it cannot move Africa into a developing first world continent versus the other continents that work together economically, socially, and politically. That's the point I was trying to say.
But Kwame, let me ask you a question, right? The president of Gambia, would you consider him as Pan-Africanist?
No.
Okay, then that just answered your entire questions. Then, see, this is the problem with some of y'all.
So you're proving my point right. So you're proving my point right.
No.
Maybe the president of Gambia need to come to the West and study under some great experts of Pan-Africanism. and maybe
Kwame.
go back to his country like Kwame Nkrumah,
Oh my God.
and the rest of the African
See,
leaders that studied in America under the guise of
Kwame,
Pan-Africanism
I'm
and
not
developed their countries.
Africanus, man. I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not.
Hold
I
on,
just
Ben.
answered
What
your
does
entire
that
question.
mean? What do you mean you're not Afrodamus? Like,
Oh no, wait, I was. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I just answered your entire question by me telling you that his president, the so-called idea that you prefer, that Africans should be, right, unite and then have, you know, whatever it is, right? His president, him in his own country, he's not none of those things. And then you said yes. In Africa, if you have a land, people see it eventually, they're gonna try to take it. They're gonna use the justice system. We not sure who's behind it. We not sure how connect Afrodamus is in his own country. He's not telling you all these details. Some people over here in America, they're very connected to the politicians that's stealing African money. He's not
Yeah,
telling
but
you all
bang,
these
bang,
things.
bang,
You
bang,
understand
bang,
what I'm trying to say? So at the end
bang,
of the day,
bang.
right, in Africa, land grabbing is something legit and it's something serious.
Yeah, but bang, bang, bang. Nobody's disputing that this whole, act of criminality doesn't exist. But at least for the lower class, middle class people, they also deserve a rightful place to land ownership. That's all they're asking. Usually, it's mostly the elite working with the foreign investors to grab, large, swath of land for their, investment opportunities. Nobody's disputing that doesn't exist. In fact, to extend impacting those locals economically. But what we're saying, the lower class person, the middle class person that can own land, must you also come and take that land to him? I think something has to be rectified. That's all people are saying. That's all people are saying.
Yeah, but Zongo, let me ask you a question, right? You think if I just quickly do some type of research, right, about land issues in America, right? Are you going to tell me I'm not going to find a story just as similar as this?
I mean, there is, man. There is,
Okay,
man.
okay
There is.
then. Okay then.
But
Okay then.
nobody's,
So,
nobody's,
hold
nobody,
on.
no, no,
Oh,
no.
let me
But
say something.
okay,
Let me say
go
something,
ahead.
right? Okay, in a
Not
country
in the
like Ghana.
21st century. Not in the
No,
21st
in the
century.
21st century. I swear to my mother, in the 21st century, I'm gonna find a similar story just like this.
Find somebody in
No, no.
America.
I think
Oh my God.
there was
Oh
some
my
Black
God.
Americans. Wait. There was some
Let
Black
me
Americans in the state of California that they tried to grab their land through dubious
you
means
see,
too, right? I've seen it before.
everywhere around
But
the
no, no. But
world.
bang. That's not the point. The point is it right? Nobody
Of
cares
course
about what
it's not
happens in
right.
America.
Who
So that's the point we're trying to prove, man.
who in
The
the right man would
average
say this is
person.
right? Come
Okay,
on, man.
so
Kedola said is right, and the guy from
No, Cadell
Liberia
is
was
right.
saying is right.
What's his name? Ola? No, Ola
Kato
did not say it
said,
was right. You missing what Ola was trying to say. Ola just, he he believes in his head that Black
"Oh
Americans.
man, come on, man! Don't speak for Ola. Let Ola speak for himself. Because if Afadawas understood what
No.
Ola
I'm
was
just
saying, man,
man,
Afadawas
I'm
was
just assuming
shocked
what he said.
with
Okay.
Ola's response.
Ola, say it. I'll just be quiet.
We heard what Ola
Afrodamus,
was saying, man.
was
Afadawas was
Kedola just a
shocked with Kato
Afrodamus? Can I ask you
and
a question,
Ola.
Afrodamus?
Yeah.
No, Cadell, what's his name? Is different because you know why? He's from Liberia. That's why he
Afrodamus.
was saying certain things like that.
Who?
Kwame. On a different day,
Ola is from Nigeria.
if you catch Ola will be the one telling you everyone should be protected on the continent.
Right.
So I know Ola. So
No,
yeah,
because I was listening, right? Afadawas was shocked, like with Ola's stance on this particular issue. He was like, "Oh man," because in the scheme of things, Afadawas expected Ola to agree, right? But today, for some reason, Ola went.
No, I mean, honestly, look, I don't have any expectation. Like for me, people can, I want
No,
people to
but he
say what
expected
they.
to be rational, man. Because this, you don't need any like. But Ola was using other groups to justify their action. I'm like, no.
Wait, do you guys think? Hold on. Do you guys think like, okay, for example, right? Because a lot of the Pan Africans, they show a lot of interest to go back to Africa. Do you guys think the AU they should come together and create a territory where like blacks from the West and give it to them, let's say, a land that can be their country?
No.
Man, it's not gonna.
No,
It's gonna be
it
hard.
has to be.
Wait,
It
so
has to be
Bang, you got
very.
no problem with white people running
Hold on. Let me
Namibia,
say this. It has to be very
Botswana?
selective.
Hold on. You know why I said this? Because the topic here, right, is like the time is okay. Let's keep talking. I'm just making a thumbnail so this one
That's
doesn't
okay.
get too long, and then as
That's
soon as
okay.
I will switch to that.
Bang, can I ask you a question? So, do you have a problem with the white people own the majority of the land in Namibia, Botswana, and these other South African countries, but the diaspora who was kidnapped, trafficked to the West without their consent should not have the opportunity to go back to their mother homeland where they were stripped from?
Okay.
But whose land? Whose land are you
Okay.
going
Hold
to
on.
take?
Zongo.
That's the
Let
question.
me respond to him. Let me
There's
respond to
plenty of
Kwame.
empty
No,
land in
no, but
Africa.
Afterdamus. I don't think this
Let me
is
answer
very
this question.
Afterdamus. Wait, Bang. Let me go. Say
Hold on. Let me answer
Afterdamus.
this question real quick.
No, wait, Bang. Let me just give you an example. Jamaica, Barbados. These are all like they got land, man.
Yeah,
They
but
already got some. Yeah,
they prefer
Those are
Africa though.
island. Those are island countries, man. Don't like.
Okay.
It's
You
at the end of the day,
patient.
they don't have enough land because it's technically island. Let's be honest with ourselves. This is the reason why, Kwame, right? This is why I said no, and then this is because of what you had said, a couple of times, right? You defended America like birds. You praised America like birds. You did not even say, oh, this and that. So the reason that's why I said no.
I praise American Liberians. You
Yes.
never heard me praise American
Bang,
Liberians.
You were here the last time when
Hold on.
Afterdamus did the show.
Bang, hold on. Let me respond. I've been patient enough. I've been patient enough. TikTok has taught me to be very patient, and I cannot hold it anymore.
Are you
I
in
cannot
TikTok,
hold
man?
it anymore.
TikTok is crazy.
Yeah, it has taught me to be patient. My guy Kwame, if you want to own land in Botswana, we welcome you to own land in Botswana if you have the capacity to do that. If you have the capacity, the monies that's needed for you to own property in Botswana, go ahead. There is no legislation stopping you people from owning land in Botswana. If you have the capacity, go ahead, because right now what it looks like, that a lot of the Europeans and Germans are moving in droves in Botswana and Southern Africa region. So if you Black Americans don't do that, that will be completely a white.
Yeah, but they're from West Africa though.
No. I'm saying the Germans in Germany right now, they used to own Botswana.
No, I know. Yeah, but the Germans are going back to their home in Botswana. The blacks are from West Africa.
Yeah, I mean, they got maybe Gambia should give them a portion of land after that was Gambia.
This guy.
Gambia will be gone, man. After they give them land.
No problem. This
Dolph,
guy
my point was nobody on the African continent bats an eye that Namibia and these southern African countries are totally dominated and run by white Europeans. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody
But
cares.
to be fair, the Southern Africans have to be here. Most West Africans here. We don't know much about the southern part of Africa like that in terms of what they do with their lands. If you know more about it, that's fine. But I don't know. I don't have any idea. No. Let me respond to the Afrodamus
But
question.
Afterdamus, what
In
about
2025, right?
Yeah.
No, can I finish? Based on
So you know what? I'm doing the thumbnail,
right.
so I can switch it.
Okay. That would be great. After that, in 2025, I do believe, right? Kwame, are you talking about Black American or the Black
The
diaspora?
entire diaspora that went through the Ma'afa.
Okay, that conversation has to be had within that community. If they do decide that they want to relocate in Africa and they want to land and they want to address the AU to see if that can happen, and they are really honest about it, I believe most Africans will support that. They will support it, but they have to be honest about it and don't just be direct with the AU, and Africans will support it. And I believe that's a good idea. But that conversation need to be had within that community without the Africans in it.
Yeah,
You have
but
to.
James, don't use the term diaspora. Say African
Well,
Americans.
okay,
Those
thank you. No, no, I want to, because a lot of African
the
American we don't want to
Haitians.
go to Africa. We got Jamaican we don't want to go there.
No, no,
We
but they
got
have the
people
land,
from
man.
Belize.
No, but St. James, no.
Yeah.
The Jamaicans have a land.
No,
Uh,
that's what I
Haitians have
said.
land. So
No, they
no,
have to.
if they have a land, they cannot own a land elsewhere again. It doesn't
That's
work
what I
that way.
said. The practicality of it has to be discussed. Like what Kwame said. If, let's say, like you said, if a Jamaican want to relocate to Africa and have his own land, that question will be brought up. You have Jamaica.
Yeah,
Why?
But Saint James, I mean to cut you. But
Hmm.
a large portion of the diaspora, no matter if they come from Trinidad,
Hmm.
Suriname,
Hmm.
Guyana, Jamaica,
Hmm.
America,
Hmm.
they don't see themselves as a part of the West, and they want to
Hmm.
you know, repatriate back to their mother homeland where they were stripped from.
Hmm.
But Kwame, you can establish relations, but you don't have to leave your
But
land.
nigga, you're not gonna
But
do it by
I'm,
crying
but
about it.
Zango, I'm
You're not
just
gonna do it
replying
by
to
crying
what
about it. You
The
have to
question that
do it.
Afrodamas put out there. I think that we should have a right to if we can't,
There's no rights that's guaranteed to
No,
you in
So,
Kwame,
so,
Botswana.
Kwame,
so Kwame, Kwame,
Kwame.
Kwame, are you telling me that are you sure if, let's say, the AU, right, African Union say, okay, this is feasible, right? And they ask you, are you gonna bring everybody, or is gonna be a part of you? What would you say to
I
that?
don't think the majority, I don't think everybody of the diaspora is willing to go back to Africa. But I'm
Hmm.
saying that
Of course.
there's a large portion
Hmm.
of people of African descent in the diaspora
Hmm.
that do want to repatriate back to their mother
Hmm.
homeland, which is Africa,
Hmm.
regardless if they have,
Hmm.
majority DNA in West Africa
Hmm.
or East Africa or Central Africa.
Hmm.
We should have the right to repatriate back to our mother homeland, because we
Hmm.
didn't have the choice, or our
Hmm.
ancestors didn't have the choice to say, hey,
Hmm.
I want to stay in Ghana or wherever
Hmm.
to rather than go to America. No, they was kidnapped, forced trafficked across the Atlantic and into servitude. So some people, you know what? Hey, I don't want to be in Jamaica. I don't want to be in Trinidad. I don't want to be in America. I want to be on my mother homeland, which is Africa. And I think Africans should support the diaspora coming back to their mother homeland, regardless if you think they're foreigners or they're no longer African. We should have the right, because we didn't have the right to leave Africa.
No, see, when you use the term diaspora, you even include even Africans that trace their immediate lineage to the continent, right? And we have to be very clear about what we mean by diasporans. Because for me personally, I believe the ones who were uprooted from the continent for a very long time, some of them were, they happened to acquire some land, like people like Jamaica, Barbados, Grenada, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and those other island countries, right? But the only ones that do not have it are mostly the Black Americans, right? But even Black Americans do trace their immediate place to Liberia. So in any case, if they really want to make a case to the UN, sorry, I mean to the African Union, it has to be Liberia. It has to be Liberia to me.
What about Namibia or these other Southern African countries that's dominated and run by
Because the issue,
Europeans?
cause the problem is because now in this current time, that might be the conversation. 100 years to come, there might be a new wave of African Americans saying that, oh, the Africans this and that.
Zongo, I
You
don't
get what
think
I'm
there's
saying?
any Zongo, I don't think there's anything stopping Black Americans or African Americans from resettling in Namibia or purchasing land if they have the
Yeah,
capacity to. I don't think
yeah,
there's anything stopping them from doing that. It's all about capacity when they have it.
yeah.
I welcome
Like
African
to
Americans because the Germans who have left for a long time,
yeah,
they don't have
like
no ties to them. They are coming
but
back just as easy. So we welcome African Americans
yeah,
that
exactly.
are I
Kwame,
know
in
not
the
all of them.
1800s, right? I wanted to ask
Zongo, the word I'm saying here is capacity. The capacity. So we can either say, do they have the capacity to actually relocate? How many African Americans are going to relocate? If a lot of them are going to relocate, I welcome it. If they cannot, there's no point crying about saying somebody giving you rights and all that stuff. In this world, there's no more rights. You can see what's happening in Israel, Palestine, everything. There's no more rights. You just fucking take what you can with what you have. You see? That's what legitimizes you in this world. What you can do is what legitimizes you in this world. What you have. You can get yourself legitimacy by what you can do with your money and the amount of power you can consolidate. You see what I'm saying? So
I think y'all missed Afrodama's question. I think he should reiterate what he was actually saying. I was just replying to what he was saying, that we should have the right to have some type of land dedicated to the diaspora who do want to
no one's
repatriate
gonna
to their
do that
brother
to you.
homeland.
I'm sorry.
And to reply to Zongo, as far as we having a fight European power to establish some type of
Kwame,
sovereign land.
Ghana gave you guys a Cebu in the coast, in the central region, in the western region or central region.
Yeah, I'm well aware. I'm well aware of dual citizenship. That's
But I'm saying the land
or land that's set aside for the diaspora. But I was just replying to Afrodama's question about a country or a sovereign nation for the diaspora specifically that do want to repatriate. I think we should have the right to.
But Kwame, do you know no one is in Africa, right? No one in Africa in their right mind is not sitting here thinking if African American wants to relocate on a continent of Africa. They don't think that way. That's what I said. Those kind of conversations should be brought up by the people that are interested in doing it. That's why I asked the Africans, we would like to listen to the conversation. Like my brother said, we want to see how feasible that situation is going to be, the practicality, the political aspect of it is going to be. You see what I'm saying? Because most Africans on the continent, they already think that you have a nation, which is America. If you live here, yes, you are a citizen of the United States. Whether you think about slavery or whatever, the average African doesn't think that way. You understand? Yeah. So it's up to you guys to bring those conversations forward at the AU level, and the Africans on the continent will now connect the dots. So if you guys don't bring it, an average African at the AU is not going to understand.
You actually think a black U.S. citizen could speak at the UN level? That's
absolutely.
No, it could
at the African Union.
No, UN, African Union.
At the African Union level.
But the UN work with consensus with the UN. The AU work with consensus with the UN.
Absolutely, African Americans can speak at the African Union. Yes, you are invited to go there. You can.
That's why you don't see no black Americans speaking.
No, they're going there. They have meetings. They go in there.
Kwame, no, wait. If the African, before you go, bang, before I'll let you go, I just want to make a statement. Because the AU just designated this year as the year of slavery or something like that, and they
reparations for the diaspora.
So they know this already, so you can make that petition to them. It's doable. Go ahead, Bang.
Yeah, but let's be honest with ourselves. Who control African Union? Western countries. I mean, Black Americans are in Western countries as well, so they from Western countries. So at the end of the day, it's much easier if the people that control Western countries, if they want, like whatever you guys want, that's like the agreement is much easier because AU is completely under African Union. I mean, under the Westerns. So this idea of like if you guys present it to them, they're not gonna give it to y'all. The only reason they might not give it to y'all because of they don't see their own personal gain. I'm talking about the Westerners that control the country. That would be the only reason. Just like how the reason the Liberia thing happened.
The Westerners got nothing to do with it. The Westerners got nothing to do with it. What's the point of dedicating land to people? What's the point of dedicating land to people that are not going to be a no-show?
Union is under control by the Westerners. Don't
Yeah,
lie
yeah,
to
but
yourself.
what's the point of dedicating
What
land
you
to
mean?
people
What you
and
mean
having
by
a
no
no show?
shows? You have sparse populations that repatriate back to
A
Africa.
lot
You
of
have
black
shot.
Americans are not going to be a no show. So this is a case.
You have people from the diaspora that live in Gambia. You have people from the diaspora that live in Nigeria. You have people from the diaspora that settled in Shashamane in
Are you
Ethiopia.
trying to tell me the majority of black Americans are thinking something Pan-Africanist, are thinking something this kind of that? The majority of black Americans are not even, they are not even aware of anything Pan-Africanist or something going on in Africa. They are not even aware of it.
How can you
Well, we
say
can
that
get
when
them.
the
We can
diaspora
get them to be
started?
aware.
How can you say that when the Pan Africanism was started by the diaspora? It
Most of
wasn't
them are
started on the
the
continent.
only thing. Most of them are talking about being Indian. They're talking about being Indian.
You're talking about French groups that don't really make up a large portion
Yeah,
of with
yeah,
the
but Kwame,
diaspora.
Kwame. Let's be honest with ourselves, man. There are a lot of crazy black Americans on TikTok. Oh my God, man.
I'm not disagreeing. I argue.
There
I'm
are
not Bing.
What
I'm
I'm
not
saying is,
disagreeing. I'm not
it's not about
disagreeing. I
TikTok.
argue with them
Man,
every
Kwame,
day.
all you guys have to do is come together as an American, as a unit. As a unit. You guys cannot just go to like
Bang, I'm not
spread out all over
American.
Africa. Africa
I'm
is
not
too big.
American though. I'm not American. I'm
Okay,
American
black
citizen, but
people.
I'm not American.
Okay, black people, that come from the Western countries, right? You guys are so spread out in all these African countries. To me, that's a disaster or failure. You guys should come together and focus on at least one or two countries and then implement a system over there
you
and
should
then
focus on
purchase a
Namibia.
big
Go
land
to Namibia.
and then do
You
something.
will get
No,
land.
no. Fuck the East, man. I mean, F the East. Come to the West. The West is better.
No. Listen. The reason
I
I
was just
say
joking. I was just
Namibia,
joking.
the reason I say Namibia is because I see a lot of Europeans moving back to Namibia, and that's gonna be a problem in the Southern Africa region. You understand what I'm saying? A
Man,
lot of
that's a beautiful
Europeans are
country, man. That's a beautiful
it's a
country.
beautiful country. The last time I looked at Namibia, they were saying how empty the place was. It was so empty that the only person I was to see was a white man. I didn't see any
Oh yeah, I
black
saw
man
the
in an
video on
African
YouTube.
country. I see a white man in an empty African country. I didn't see no black man. They videoed the whole place, and the only person you can see is a white man in Namibia.
Yeah, and
There's
then
a
that
lot
country
of
is
But
slaves
that's
there.
why. But Darth, that's the reason why I brought up Namibia first. That's the whole reason
So,
why I brought it up
so, so,
first.
so, so what I'm saying, if you guys have the capital necessary to relocate to Namibia, because the Namibians don't have it to purchase land, go and purchase that land. Because in this world,
and then Kwame.
nobody's gonna guarantee you any freedoms or something. You have to buy it with your own hands and your own power. I'm
then
Yeah,
sorry,
Kwame.
but
we
that's
don't got
the
to say F East Africa, man.
No. I was just joking. Man. That was just me being immature. But Kwame, that country has a seaport. Has you know what I'm saying? Because it's connected to the ocean. So at the end of the day, it has great beaches as well. It's not a landlocked country. So that's a great
Right.
idea. That's a great idea. You guys should come together as a unit. It's very important.
I think
You guys do deserve something in Africa,
I
man.
think Sierra Leone
But
would be a perfect place.
we have them there. We have the Creoles there. We have the
Well,
Creoles there.
well, wait till you guys see the thumbnail when I'm ready here.
Yeah, and as far as Dolphin, what you were saying, I mean, whoever was saying that a large portion don't want to, man, people have been trying to repatriate back to Africa since the inception of slavery. That's why Liberia exists and Sierra Leone exists, because a large portion of people's, we don't want to be American, we don't want to be Jamaican, we don't want to be none of, we want to be back on our mother continent where we feel that we are more acceptable at versus than being in the
Kwame,
West.
are you
Those
sure?
countries are too
Are you
small,
sure?
man.
Are you sure a Jamaican doesn't want to be a Jamaican? Are you very sure about that?
Oh no. Hey,
A large
Jim.
portion,
There's a lot of there's a
Jamaica
lot of Jim.
is centered around Pan-Africanism. The
No.
maroon, our
Oh my God.
flag represent that we are African. So a
What?
large
What? What?
portion of people in Jamaica. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, Rastafarian look at Africa as the promised land. They don't look at Israel as the promised land or Mecca as the
Mm-hmm.
promised land. They look at
Mm-hmm.
the entire African continent
Mm-hmm.
as the promised land, i.e., why you see different settlements of Rastafarians on the continent of Africa repatriating back to Africa in Gambia, in Ghana, Nigeria, Shashamani in Ethiopia,
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
Zimbabwe and South Africa.
I get
Yeah,
that part. Now going to get a land on the continent of Africa is one thing, but not trying to be a Jamaican is something else. That's what I'm trying to.
I have a question as well, if I may. I have a question
Right.
for Kwame.
So that's because I live here with Jamaicans, man. I believe we spoke before, and talking to them, they don't express the desire to go to Africa. I don't think that, they told me clearly that one of the Jamaican told me he doesn't even have the desire to visit Africa. That's what he told me.
Oh, that's not true. St.
No,
James.
well, I'm
That's not
bro,
true.
my personal friend. If you want to on a different show, I can bring him. I don't. That's what. What
But
did I
St.
say?
James, that anecdotal
What did I say? It's not
example don't
anecdotal. It's not anecdotal. I just
it
said.
is.
I just
I'm a
said. No. Let
Jamaican.
me finish.
I'm speaking from
Let me
my
finish.
country.
Let me finish.
Are you Jamaican?
I lived in New
thought you
York.
was Black American.
I lived in New York. Like I told you before, most Jamaican that I came across, I live in White Plain, where the Jamaicans live. They never expressed a desire to me. They want to go to Africa. Maybe we spoke briefly on those issues, but they never expressed the desire. I'm not saying we don't have a lot of Jamaicans that live on the continent and wants to go on the continent. I've never said that. But I said the one we came across, yes, they did not express a desire.
Guys, hang tight. Don't go anywhere. I've done the thumbnail. And I'm gonna end this and I'll start a new one right away. Okay? Don't go anywhere. Just hang tight. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys shortly, so I can set this up right now, this minute. It will be within like 5 minutes or so.
All right.
All right. I'll see you guys shortly. Just hang tight, hang tight. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We are coming right back to tackle this. I'll see you guys shortly.